On the micro. Okay. Good morning. Welcome to the regular open meeting of the Board of Directors of the Golden Rain Foundation of Laguna Woods, California, nonprofit mutual benefit corporation. This Tuesday, March 3rd, 2020, 9:30 a.m., Laguna Woods Village Community Center in Laguna Woods, California. Excuse me. I am calling this meeting to order. Okay, and I see we have a quorum, but Beth is out today due to a family illness. Okay, so we will now have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Joe.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have the media here? Back there? Okay, raise your hand. All right. We are now live on Village TV. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
I make a motion to approve the agenda.
Okay. Okay, we have anyone second it?
I'd like to make a motion.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
No,
Aye.
I'd like to make a change.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I'd like to move item 11B to 13C.
Okay.
You'd like to move item 11B
B to 13C.
to 13C, okay? 13C. Are there any other suggested changes? Okay,
Nobody seconded the motion.
okay.
I will.
Thank you, Jim. All right. Are there any other changes? Okay, Jim seconded. Are we all in favor of the amended agenda? Okay. So the agenda is approved. Do we have the approval, a motion to approve the minutes of February 4th, regular open session meeting?
I'll make a motion to approve that with the Scribner errors that I had sent in.
All right,
I'll second it.
okay. All in favor? Okay, the motion passed. So do we have a motion to approve the minutes for February 20th, special open meeting? Make a motion, we need a motion to approve the minutes, okay?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of the special meeting of February 20th.
Okay,
Second?
second, thank you. All in favor? Okay, the minutes, it's the motion passed. So, are there any, since there's no changes, okay, except for what Annette had suggested here, so the minutes are approved. All right, the report of the chair. So the chair remarks I have is, a lot happened last month. The board approved the reduction of projects by approximately 1.8 million and the driving range project. And those projects that were reduced will be reviewed again at budget time for the 2021 budget. I got a really nice compliment from United's lawyer. He said that it was the first time that he had ever seen all of our corporations, Third, United, and GRF, work so well together. And this was one of the things that, as becoming president, that I wanted to see. and Rhina too. So the next thing on the agenda is VMS update. Is Diane there? Okay.
Good morning. I just have a quick update. Let's see. Since the last meeting, GRF has appointed 2 new VMS board members. For those who don't know, VMS is owned by GRF, United Mutual, and Third Mutual, each of which can appoint 3 directors to the VMS board. And 2 of the ones that represented GRF had resigned. And so in a special meeting on February the 20th, James Tung and Stephanie Brown were appointed by you guys. James will serve the term that expires at the end of November of this year, and Stephanie's term will expire in November of 2021. I was just appointed last year, so my term will expire November 30th, and the terms are staggered to provide the VMS board some continuity. Since our last VMS presentation, let's see, the CEO, Jeff Parker's contract has been extended 2 years, and Carlos Rojas has come on board to replace Tim Moy as security director. We continue to have a difficult time finding qualified union landscapers, so some of the work is being contracted out. We aren't the only company that has that problem. There's a shortage throughout the Southland. Along with the governing board, staff is working on a survey that will be going out to residents via email, so please make sure we have your email address. And by now, everyone should have received a copy of the Village Breeze that was mailed to every manor. We appreciate Memorial Care Saddleback Medical Center and Memorial Care Medical Group who have underwritten the publication this year. The plan is to have 6 issues of the Breeze mailed out each year, and it is intended to be your comprehensive information resource to village life. And that's my report, unless you had any questions. Very good.
She mentioned that, yes.
I'll just mention one correction. Not every manor. My whole building did not get it. So I did talk to Eileen. She was going to check with the post office. The post office is saying, yes, they were sent out to everyone, but I'm on what they call the alternate route. So we don't get our mail till 5 or 6, and every day it's a different mailman. So that probably has something to do with us not getting it in our building. Either they dumped it or they didn't want to carry it around all day or whatever, but so not every building did get it. I don't know if we're the only ones in that situation, so I don't know what we can do.
Eileen to speak on
Thanks.
it?
Oh, good.
So the magazine is delivered through a program through the post office called EDD, Every Door Direct. It's not first-class mail. If it was, we would be broke. We know we have a problem. I've spoken with Judith. It's not a new thing. I do have an appointment with the postmaster, and what I'm working on in the back of the room right now is we have probably about 100 people that we know for sure. We definitely know the story on one route. You're over off of Aragon. You had a replacement postman who just decided he didn't want to carry the magazine. So that's the bottom line. We're getting to the bottom of it, and off with their heads. Everybody should hopefully get it next month.
Thank you.
See, it wasn't a conspiracy theory on my part. It was.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is the CEO report by Jeff Parker.
Madam President, members of the board, I have 3 things I wanted to mention today. The first one is to all our residents and to the board members. I know that there's been a lot of dialogue out there and information regarding the coronavirus and how it may affect our community. So I wanted to give you a little bit of an update on that. As you know, as concerns about the spread of the novel coronavirus, which is known as COVID-19, grows, I wanted to make sure that the residents and the board knows that we're monitoring the situation and in close contact with the County of Orange, who, as you know or don't know, the County of Orange declared a local health emergency on Wednesday, February 25th, as a proactive approach to responding to potential outbreaks. This action ensures that the county is prepared and has sufficient resources, and they receive those resources from both federal and state to prevent any and combat any possible outbreak of coronavirus. According to the Orange County Health Care Agency, is the last report that we have received, there has only been 1 confirmed case of coronavirus in Orange County.
The report stated that the individual has made a full recovery. In addition, the agency states that no evidence has been accumulated that there has been any person-to-person transmission of the coronavirus in Orange County, which is a good thing, obviously. And that risk of infection to the public in the county is believed to be very, very low. Village residents are encouraged to practice good health hygiene, which includes frequent hand washing, keeping hands away from the face, nose, and eyes, eating a healthy diet, exercising, and practicing good sleep habits, as we would tell anybody to do any time in all reality. Hand sanitizers are located throughout our community center, our clubhouses, and our buses to make sure that you have that option for you. VMS utmost concern for the health and welfare of the village residents. And anytime there's a change in the situation, we'll be giving updates. We'll be in contact with Orange County Health as they move ahead. They had a meeting on a special Orange County Board of Supervisors meeting on yesterday. Part of that meeting was most centered around the dialogue that the federal government was looking at bringing some of the patients to Fairview Center in Costa Mesa. The federal government decided to nix that plan as of now. So that's not going to occur. So I think that relieves some of the concerns that was affecting some of the cities in that area, especially from their perspective. So if anytime there's changes in the situation, VMS will communicate to our community. We'll use emails, we'll village television, and if necessary, code red to get information out to our residents. Again, be wise, practice good hygiene, and that certainly will help our situation. If for more detailed information, you can visit orangecountyhealthinfo.com. That's ochealthinfo.com. And they have a website with, that provides additional, or you can call the Orange County Healthcare Agency's health referral line Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And their number is 800-564-8448. That number again is 800-564-8448. And that you can get some information on your own. And then, like I said, our staff will be keeping updated on that and make sure that we can get any information out as soon as possible if whatever's necessary to get to the public. The second thing, which is Diane mentioned briefly, but I want to have the pleasure to the GRF board and those that are in the audience to introduce our new Director of Security Services, and that's Carlos Rojas. And if I get Carlos to come up to the podium here so everybody gets to meet Carlos real quickly here, get to know him from a visual point of view. So as Carlos is up here, I just wanted to indicate that Carlos was selected amongst an outstanding pool of candidates we got. We used members of the board to do the screening applications, which we greatly appreciate that. And then the final interviews were conducted by myself, and then I also had those candidates also meet and get quizzed a little bit by my department heads. So it was a very thorough process here at the village. But Carlos came out just at the top of the group, an outstanding leader. Carlos brings over 30 years experience in law enforcement, formerly 27 years in the Santa Ana Police Department, in which he was ultimately promoted to the Chief of Police for the city of Santa Ana. Was there for a number, like I said, 27 years in that operation. He then moved on from Santa Ana to become Chief of Police for the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit, as what we call BART up there. Completed that after 2 or 3 years up there in BART, in which he took his leadership from Santa Ana up there. And one of the things that stood out when Carlos was doing his interview, I think, was that not only the knowledge of just a public safety agency, but in the case of BART, there is much more social services involved. And as you know, with our operation here, we're not just a safety department. We are a social services department, and we have compliance. And so it was that unique element about Carlos's background that I think stood out among all the candidates that we had. So it's a great pleasure. I just also wanted to mention background. He has a master's degree in criminal justice, bachelor's degree in criminal justice. He also graduated, and I think this was one of the things that on the leadership side, he graduated from the FBI National Academy. He's also had a background with Los Angeles Police Department's West Point Leadership Program and the University of Southern California's Executive Counterterrorism Program. So it's that leadership quality that Carlos is bringing to the organization, and I just want to officially welcome you. And he's been on board this week and certainly had last week to train with Tim and get connected, and he's on his own now, but we welcome you to the organization.
Good morning, directors. Just very briefly, I'm very excited to have been chosen for the position of Director of Security here at Laguna Woods Village. I've known Chief Moy for a number of years, and so one of the first things I did when I saw the job opening was call Chief Moy and pick his brain a little bit. And so he spoke very highly about the village and the different initiatives that have occurred during his time here. And I'm really looking forward to building upon those initiatives and the successes and looking to partner with the folks here at the village. So I just want to thank you very much, and I appreciate the confidence that Mr. Parker has shown in me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last couple of things I want to mention, then I'll turn it over to Siobhan because I know she has a couple of updates. I wanted to mention, as you know, we're doing community forums at Clubhouse 1, and then there will be, later on, there'll be one at one of the other clubhouses later in the year. This is kind of a open forum to meet the CEO, but also to meet board members and to talk about our operation and give people an update on what we're doing and what we're accomplishing. Our next one is March 11th at 10 a.m., Clubhouse 1. Wanted to mention that. We also are going to have Chris Lagenauer at that meeting. He's going to talk a little bit about our transportation program and give an update beyond what I'm going to be presenting. And so we encourage anybody that wants to get some additional information about what's going on in the village, we encourage you to come. And then finally, I know that there are some members here in the audience with regards to our equestrian center. I wanted to make just an information to the board that we have our operation is staying standard quo. Right now, we have an employee who is taking a leave of absence, and during that leave of absence, we feel like we have the staffing appropriate to address that issue. And if there are any other questions, I would appreciate anybody speaking today that this is not a personnel situation to be speaking to the board. If they have a personnel concern or question, they can bring it up with myself or Siobhan at a later date. And with that, I'll turn it over to Siobhan.
Thank you.
Honorable President, members of the board, just want to share a few updates with you. Today is the 2020 primary election. All registered voters should have received a mail-in ballot in early February. Those ballots can be dropped off today until 8 p.m. The closest vote centers are Clubhouse 7 here in the village and at Laguna Woods City Hall at 24264 El Toro Road. Again, those are open until 8 p.m. today. Or if you want to vote in person, you can vote at those two locations or at any of the other 188 vote centers in Orange County. To see where you can vote, you can go to ocvote.com on the internet for a complete list. But again, today is the primary election, and we encourage everyone to vote. Additionally, the 2020 census is coming soon. In mid-February or in mid-March, later this month, you'll receive your invitation to participate in the census. The census counts population not only in the 50 states, the District of Columbia, and 5 territories, including Puerto Rico and America Samoa. The census data is important because lawmakers use the data to provide services to you and your community. Billions of dollars in federal funding go to hospitals, fire departments, roads, and so forth based on that census count. Data determines the number of seats each state will have in the U.S. House of Representatives, and data is used to draw congressional and state legislative districts. So we encourage you to participate, but not only is participation encouraged, it is required by law. Important dates for you to remember as the census approaches. In mid-March, homes will begin to receive invitations to complete the 2020 census. You can respond online, via telephone, or by mail. The city will also have questionnaire assistance beginning in mid-March, so if you have questions, you can go to City Hall for help. Important dates also include, by April 1st, everyone should have received their invitation to participate, and this will ask you to list your residents as of April 1st, 2020. In April, census takers will begin to visit communities with large populations to conduct quality check interviews to help ensure an accurate count. Between May to July, census takers will begin visiting homes that haven't responded to the 2020 census. And in December, Census Bureau will deliver its official counts to the President and Congress as required by law. We have information available on our website, the city does as well, and we'll have information going out in all of our publications to help keep you up to date on the 2020 census. And lastly, I want to mention that the gate improvements at RV Lot B on Via Campos Verde are now complete. So this location now has an automated security gate, so residents can access the RV lot using their automated cards. They no longer have to get out of their vehicles and manually open the gate. So we're very excited to complete this improvement for our residents. And that concludes my update this morning.
Thank you. So the next item on the agenda is the open forum. So how many people are going to speak today? I need to get a, oh, thank you. Thank you for raising your hands.
We have 11 speakers for open forum.
11. With that many speakers, I'm going to change the time. You can only have 2 minutes. Otherwise, and I'm going to ask one other thing. I want every one of you to be able to speak, but if you're going to continue to speak about the same thing, I would prefer that you come up to speak about a different thing. In other words, if we have 5 people speaking the same thing, then it's would be much more organized if we could curtail that a little bit. Okay, so, all right. The open forum is only for members. At this time, the speakers may address their board of directors regarding items not on the agenda within the jurisdiction of the board of directors of the Golden Rain Foundation. There is a maximum time limit. We're changing that to 2, okay, minutes per speaker, and a speaker may only address the board once during this period. The board reserves the right to limit the total amount of time allocated for the open forum. So if any of you wish to speak, and if you haven't gotten your card, please fill a card out and to the corporate secretary here. One of the things that's very important is we do not mention names. And this is basically for your own protection. It's not for ours, it's for your protection. So who's the first person?
The first speaker is Chris Collins.
Okay.
Good morning, Chris Collins, 3306Q, and I'm here representing the Foundation of Laguna Woods Village on behalf of residents that are experiencing temporary financial crisis. And I want to reiterate a little bit of what Siobhan said about the census, and and you might say, well, why is the foundation talking about that? But the fact is that neighborhood resources throughout California rely on federal funding that's based on the information that's collected in this census, which includes social assistance programs, which impact resident villages, because you know we do have resident here, our own social services. There's questions always about, is this an invasion of privacy? We know that it's mandated by the Constitution. However, just a couple of facts, and that is that first, statistics are collected not individually or identifiable data, so personal privacy is completely protected. Second, the information collected cannot be shared with immigration or law enforcement, And third, the individual government benefits are affected by answers provided during the census. So the information that's collected is used to determine eligibility for government benefits. And we know that that's alive and well here because of our wonderful social services department and how it assists people that are residents here. So we hope that that explanation is helpful. The thing is, if you have any questions about the foundation, you can contact us at 949-268-2246 or the foundation at Laguna at comline.com. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jerry Miller.
$2030C. This has to do with the destination shopping. One of the reasons I moved to Laguna Woods is I have an eye disease, and so the bus system was very attractive to me. So for the last 4 times that I went to go use the destination shopping, I was told it was full. And this is when I went to go make reservations on opening day. So there is a lot to consider in determining if the actual equal possibility of use exists, particularly when all are paying for it and it isn't voluntary. So all of our funds are paying for this transportation. It's not voluntary, and I've been told 4 times I can't use it. That's number 1. Number 2, on the regular fixed route, I live in Gate 5. I've lived here for 5 years, and I went to go sit out and wait for the bus, and it never came. So I called, and they said, well, now that's a request-only stop. Nobody in my cul-de-sac was aware of that. We were never told that. That's number 2. And then number 3, this is just a creative suggestion. I know a lot of people are not happy with the bus system, and we have so many great colleges by us. We have Chapman, we have Long Beach, Fullerton, UCI. To reach out to them and offer a student or whoever comes up with a great system $5,000, that would save us money because we paid $46,000 for this catastrophe. And it would help a student, and it would help us save money. So to look at creative ways of maybe getting different views and ideas on how best to run the bus system.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gene Bender.
Jean Bender, 2037B. I wanted to comment on the same thing that Jerry Miller just mentioned. I try to get on these trips that we have to the shopping centers, and every time I call, they say they're filled. Is there any way we can get an extra trip instead of 2 trips, maybe 3 trips in that day? Because every time I call, they say they're booked. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lynn Nicholson.
Good morning. My name is Lynn Nicholson. I live at 3197B. My address this morning is concerning the Equestrian Center. I think it's important that the board be aware that the riding program at the Equestrian Center has improved exponentially in the past year and a half. The care of the horses has improved. Now that the management has a full staff, a lot of focus is being put on going forward, attracting boarders, expanding the riding program, as well as implementing improvements to the operation of the stables. There's harmony among the boarders and the riders alike. I'm there about 6 days a week, and people help each other out. It's like a team effort now, and it's very nice. There's also quite a bit of outreach to the community as far as involving other people in the community, Laguna Woods, and that program is expanding as well. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sally Igmanson.
The attached statement of support is essentially the same statement of support we wanted to present to you at the January meeting, but we're not allowed to. It is different in content in that the original statement of support had less than 50 signatures. This has over 100. The original had a couple of letters of support. This has many more, 7 of which are included. All offer positive support for the Equestrian Center and for its manager. Please note that each of these 100 signatures plus belongs to an active member of the Equestrian Center community, a horse owner, helper, boarder, rider, student rider, parent, or grandparent of a student rider, office volunteer, or GRF horse care volunteer. No staff member, friend, relative, or anyone outside the Equestrian Center was allowed to sign. We are asking the board to table the ad hoc committee, which is not yet even activated. We are asking for time to prove ourselves. After 6 months of being understaffed, the Equestrian Center is now fully staffed with a new foreman and a skilled riding instructor, in addition to our manager, who is an excellent instructor. The riding program has grown with new classes added and a waiting list of over 20 for the Young Riders program. Physical improvements, as Lynn mentioned, have been made at the facility. The Saddle Club is growing with the addition of younger and enthusiastic members. The website is being updated. Hundreds of flyers describing our facility have been delivered to those stables that are closing. A member of the community who is also a realtor is delivering flyers to all of her clients and to other realtors. The first of the new horses coming to the stables will arrive next week. Management's goal is to have the majority of all available stalls filled by the end of the year or earlier. Please give us the time to continue growing and reach these goals. Please table the ad hoc committee. For those of you who have never visited the stables, come on a tour, come watch the lessons, or even take one. And on the list is my phone number and my name, so you can add me, call me. Thank you.
Huh?
Our next speaker is Cash Agrakar.
It's better than having all 30 of them speak.
Good morning, everyone. Before I commence, let me add something to what our CEO said. The word right from the main group for coronavirus elimination. Addition to what you said, wash the hands, do not touch your face, but also take 1,000 milligrams of vitamin C daily. That's important. Now to get into my topic, we have 18,000 people with more than 500,000 man-years that comes into our, as the retirees bring. And a year ago, on March 14th, I was here asking for a room so I can put some of this brain together and generate some income for our association. I'm willing to donate part of my patent because I need help to develop it the right way. I need people to develop this patent, which we all have. The patent is extremely valuable if it can be developed right. I would like to put this in your next month's agenda to see if we can revive this somehow so that we can get some of our brains to put together. I was asking for a Senior Brain Foundation of Laguna Woods. You must have the record a year ago. Thank you. I will leave this for your next meeting.
John Frankel.
Good morning. My name is John Frankel. I live at 3473A Bahia Blanca. Last week, Chuck Holland made a presentation to the on the portal, how to sign up for the portal, and that's Clubhouse 7. A very good presentation. he discussed annual passes and overnight passes because that's an issue when you connect in on the portal. And I had raised the same question with regard to the issue in our traffic hearing court, because if you have an annual pass, you cannot park overnight. So I had suggested earlier to this, I sit on the traffic committee, I suggested to Tim Moy earlier that we put some kind of a note on the annual pass. And so then I suggested this again last week to Chuck, and he said, sure, I could do that. So where do we go from here? Well, it's obviously under the Community Security and Community Access Committee, chaired by Don Tibbetts. And they met on the 24th of this month and will not meet again until the 27th of April. And in order to resolve this thing, because we're averaging several violations at each traffic court, and there really isn't any, all the people don't understand they can't park overnight with an annual pass. So perhaps you can discuss it at the next closed meeting or somehow call a special meeting, the Security and Community Access Committee. I believe with a simple note to Chuck Holland to put this on the annual pass, it can be resolved. And it's very important. We average 2 or 3 violations at every traffic hearing. Thank you.
Susan Hemberger.
Good morning, Susan Hemberger, 813Q via Alhambra. I'm here to express how happy I am with the Equestrian Center. I am an avid participant in the riding program, and I'm thrilled with the direction the lesson program is going with introducing Western dressage and horsemanship skills. My personal riding skills have improved immensely over the past year thanks to improvements that management has made in the program. I hope each of you will make the time to visit this fabulous facility we have here and see for yourself the positive spirit of community we have with the riders, the boarders, and the horses. Thank you.
Bill Walsh.
Good morning. Bill Walsh, Manor 3162C. I just came here to announce a couple of things. I just want to remind everybody that there's going to be a meeting of the Village Energy Task Force at 1:30 p.m. tomorrow afternoon in this room. And there's going to be a presentation on microgrids. And I think it would be very educational for as many people that want to find out about microgrids to come and listen to that. The second thing I want to talk about is something that I think everyone got a notice from Southern California Edison. I don't know how many people read it, but Southern California Edison they're having a public meeting in Santa Ana at the Delhi Center 2 weeks from today at 2 p.m. in the afternoon, and then another one at 7 p.m. They want to raise residential electric rates 14.4%. Starting in January of 2021. They're going to raise it again by $4 a month in 2022 and $6 a month in 2023. This is what they've gone to the California Public Utilities Commission to ask for those increases. This public hearing is an opportunity for this community and people in this community to go and give their opinion and the impact it could have, particularly on people who are on fixed incomes. As in their advanced years. I would suggest also that maybe staff get a hold of this SCE representative and have them come down here or talk to them over the phone to find out if what is going to happen in January, whether we're all going to be put on, all residents are going to be put on a time of use system. Right now, some people are on time of use and some are on a tier system. But this is going to get very expensive if they go to time of use for everybody, particularly on a hot August day. It's going to be very hard on people after 4 p.m. So we need to find that out. And one last thing, I know my time ran out. is that also we've got a question into them about the charges for GS1. So these are some issues that are going to be very important to the people in this community. Thank you.
Joyce Moser.
Yes, I'm Joyce Moser, 587C, and I want to speak to you today about this new transportation system and all the changes it made and how it's getting less and less able to operate efficiently. Now, for instance, yesterday I called and I wanted to confirm that I have a ride to the Clubhouse 7 to tomorrow for the bridge. They have never answered the call. The week before, they were supposed to pick us up at 6 o'clock. They never showed up. By 6:15, we had to figure out something else because we were going to disappoint our partners. And then I went in and called them, and I said to cancel it, and I said also cancel the pickup. I don't know if they canceled the pickup or not, because when we got home, there was a message about the pickup. But now, and I called again yesterday to ask to get confirmation about the pickup tomorrow. And they have never called back. And you never can talk to them anymore. Every time you call, you're put on either a wait list or you're told, leave a message and we'll call you back. And I think that really some effort should be made to improve this system because it's very necessary for us at times since we can't drive at night. And I would appreciate very much if they would look into this and see if there isn't some way to make it run better. Thank you very much.
Deanne Ho.
Every time.
Hi, GFR Board. I'm new at this, and I'm here for the Equestrian Center. And I want to let you guys know that I started there in 2016 with an illness, and that place made my illness worse for the first few years. Very emotional. Management was terrible. I was very unhappy. Several times I was going to leave the Equestrian Center. And that's the main reason why I did move here, for the horses. With the new management, new barn manager, it's been a whole new experience. The joy of going, I can't wait to wake up in the morning, to get to the Equestrian Center, to see the horses, see how well they're maintained, see that they're not being drugged, seeing that they're not being used when they're hurt. I don't know what else to say, but it sounds like transportation is the issue and not the Equestrian Center. Spend more time with them and maybe leave us alone and we can be going forward. That's off the top of my head.
Wow.
Maxine McIntosh.
Good morning, Golden Rain Foundation and staff. I arrived a little late this morning, so please forgive me if I'm repeating something, but this just knocked my socks off. This is a terrific magazine, and I am so happy for all these people who say yes, who say, I don't use a computer, I don't want to buy a smartphone, how can I find out what's going on? I think by the end of the year, everything will be in here. The staff who has worked on this, I used to be editor of the reflector paper when I was a student at Chapman, and I know how much work it takes to produce something like this. The staff really deserves kudos on this. It's wonderful. And then to hear on top of that, that our CEO, Jeff Parker, is putting on these I call them meet and greet meetings. He has a better name for it. I can't remember, maybe I just don't remember, but I can't remember over the last 26 years any other general manager for the whole village who did this. Repeated meetings, inviting the residents to come in to get to know him better and to ask questions and make offerings of things going well. I think that is absolutely wonderful. I hope people will show up March 11th at Clubhouse 1. This is just a terrific thing for our CEO to do. I'm getting complaints from people about the changes in bus service, and I tell them I haven't sat on a board or had a vote on a board since 2017, so there's not much I can do for you. But it sounds to me like most of the problems, you just might need more help on the telephones temporarily, hire more people to answer those phones so that people don't wait 2 days to get a reply as to whether or not they have a Sunday bus. And there was a number of them are worried about a driver from outside the village picking them up and taking them somewhere, especially the women, something they don't know. So I thought I would share that. Thank you so much. You're doing a wonderful job. This is a gift, and it was a hitch at the library. Did you mention that? A hitch at the post office? That my cul-de-sac and a few others didn't get one. Was that already mentioned? Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you. I don't have to say that. It's worth waiting for. We'll all get one this next month.
That concludes our speakers.
Would any of the board members like to speak for response to some of the speakers? Judith?
Okay, obviously, transportation got quite a hit. Being a chair of a committee doesn't mean you're in charge of anything. The only thing you're in charge of is how the meetings function. You're not in charge of making decisions. You actually run the meeting where the other directors that are sitting on the boards vote, and it requires a majority vote to get things done. And then all that is we don't, at the committee level, you don't make decisions. All you can do is send a recommendation to the full board, and then all 11 people have to vote to have a decision. And then if they vote to take an action, then that action is given to the department head and put into place. But we don't micromanage. So since there was 4 people that spoke to the bus system, let me speak to the lift first. The biggest problem we're having from day one, and we went through this through the lift agreement, we have, if you haven't noticed or not one of those lucky people like me, we have a dysfunctional address system. If I plug just my number into my phone, 3011B, and don't even put my street address, the GPS takes me 3 blocks away. So when I send anyone to my house, I don't tell them I live at 3011. I have to guide them through the gate and say I live in front of the blue mailbox. Lyft is the same way, because when I first started using Lyft, this is our new Boost program that you're talking about, and it's where we get charged, GRF gets charged $6 for each one-way ride, anywhere as long as it's the same place the buses used to go. And so there's quite a few of us, about 25% of the village, that's in a dysfunctional system. So the first 2 or 3 weeks I'm hearing, oh, there was 80 no-shows. Well, they weren't really a no-show. The resident was in front of their manor, but their manor is 2 or 3 blocks away from their address, which is attached to their cul-de-sac number. So the person on the Lyft bus, they're using a GPS. So we are aware of this. We are trying to work it out. And the way the agreement went is no-shows would be charged that $6, and after 3 or something, you'd be kicked out. Chris said he's calling every person that was on the no-show list themselves to find out exactly where they were waiting, and were they one of those people that actually were standing in front of their manor, but their address sent, through the GPS. We are not on Google Maps, this whole village. And so if you're lucky enough to actually live like in Gate 11, your house is right on your street where it's supposed to be. But a lot of us that are in the either 2-story and some 1-stories are like this, hidden in the middle of a cul-de-sac somewhere, it's hard for that driver to find you. So we're telling people, we're trying to educate people through, and I didn't make it in this magazine, so I'm going to put maybe a letter to the editor. When you call the transportation office, I know they want your manor number, and I keep telling them it doesn't work for everyone. So give a pickup location. So when I call, I don't tell them I'm 3011B. I say, I need a pickup on Kaya Sonora at the blue mailbox. Okay, and that's right in front of my house. So that's the only way I get picked up, and I never get my pizza either. So the other thing is, I'm hearing complaints. Okay, if you read the last 2 pages in the agenda is the report from Chris Langengauer. Okay, and I'm not going to read it during committee reports because you can, but I'm going to highlight again a couple of these problems we're having. And, well, the schedule changes every week. Well, if you read in the report, this was a pilot program, and everything looks good when you first put it on paper, but until you actually put something into play, you don't know what wheels are going to jam up. And so we keep telling everyone it's a pilot program, so every week we gather all the things that didn't work, and we try adjusting it to see if that's going to work better. And yes, the bus drivers are having problems too. I get emails and texts and phone calls from the bus drivers as well. So depending on what situation you're in. And then the route doesn't allow for, people have problems getting on the bus, or they don't walk as fast as others would like. And so the bus is 5 minutes late. Or they have trouble tying down their equipment. And all of that isn't put into the formula, okay? As far as, if this bus is late, and it tries to wait for the next bus because they know they used to be able to say, oh, so-and-so's on my bus and they need to catch your bus and make a transfer, so wait for them. Now they can't do that. They cannot wait, or this whole system wouldn't work. So we're working on that problem because people are running from one bus to the next, and we're having a lot of accidents because of that. And so we don't want that. The savings was not worth people getting injured. Okay, so we're aware, I'm aware. So I'm in constant contact with Chris, sending him things by email, and then they're making adjustments. So it's not a perfect world. It may have looked perfect on paper, but the only thing I can say, staff is doing the best they can. And the other thing was the excursions. They're looking at, because it was so popular, especially going, to the shopping excursions, charging money. But it's still popular. So now we're looking at, can we get some more buses? Well, we have 3 new buses coming in on a grant system. But the grant, we're not allowed to accept that grant unless we pass this ADA policy, which was supposed to be on the agenda today, and now it was tabled and we're holding it back so we have a chance as a full board to look at it. So the committee got to look at it, but now the whole board has to look at it. So we can't get those 3 buses until that's passed. So we do know we need more buses. And then it was also mentioned in the write-up that we're trying to work something out with Agewell. They have buses that they don't use all the time. And they're trying to work a deal with us, and this is just a potential example. I'm not saying anybody made any decisions, but there could be potentially where they could chip in and help with our overflow or extra buses now and then in exchange for giving them rental space to park the buses overnight, things like that. And so that's what they're talking about, a possibility. So they're not sitting back and just letting all these problems, pass by. They're not going in one ear and out the other. So keep them coming in. If anybody else needs my email, I have extra cards. Most people seem to be able to find me. I'm even getting letters in the mailbox. So I'm here, and that's what my job is as chair, is to hear all this and pass it on to the management company. So all I can do is apologize for all the problems you guys are having. I certainly understand how frustrating it is, especially when you're a senior. So, and that's the only 4 people I want to respond to. But thank you. Please don't hesitate to call me and take your frustrations out on me. That's what I'm paid for.
Okay.
No, I'd like to speak.
Now she's a
All right.
Yeah, I'm on I'm on the Transportation Committee also, and with respect to the people that are being told that the bus is full, I'll check into that to see if we can figure out how many people are being turned down, to see if a second bus is necessary, and also to see if there's any kind of a way to get a waiting list, because a lot of times people just don't show up and the bus may be booked but not full when it leaves. So I'll check into that with staff. Thank you.
I want to thank Bill Walsh for alerting people with regard to the potential increase in their electric bill. But I do want to inform you that we also have common area electricity, which goes into your assessments. And we're looking at, if you can consider that we spend in the neighborhood of well over $1.5 million a year for electricity, this amounts to over $200,000 out of our pocketbook, common area. So it is important to us as well that we get the message across to the PUC that they ought to be considering something, particularly with regard to seniors and people with fixed incomes. Solar energy is going to be looking a lot better. We have solar energy in Third Mutual and in United. With the increases in energy costs from SCE, we have no increases in cost in solar. That's fixed cost to us. So we've already spent that money. So solar return on investment is looking better as the prices go up. So perhaps we should be considering more solar in the community. Thirdly, Bill brought up the issue of a microgrid. I don't think anybody, or many of you people, even understand what a microgrid is. The importance of a microgrid is the fact that sustainability of electrical energy is no longer guaranteed. You are certainly, or should be aware, that the power company can at any moment cut your power if the environmental conditions so warrant it, in essence threatening potential for forest fires. And that downtime could amount to anywhere from an hour to 4 days, 5 days. You realize the cost that would be to the community and certainly to yourselves. You'll have no air conditioning, you'll have no hot water, you'll have no cooking, you'll have certainly food spoilage since your freezers and refrigerators won't be operating. So microgrids are something that are currently been going into place. They've been invented back in 2015 and becoming more and more popular. And what they essentially do is they provide for an energy source independent of the power company, independent of the grid. And what they do is allow for generation of energy and make a decision with regard to, and they connect to the grid generally for power, but if the grid goes down, the microgrid takes over and continues to provide power. It also is intelligent enough to know that if the power generated by the microgrid is less expensive than the power that what you're paying for power from the power company, it will basically what it's called island itself from the grid so that it will take its energy not from the grid, not from the power company, but from its own energy source. So it's very significant, and we will be discussing microgrids tomorrow at this meeting. It's 1:30 in the afternoon. You're all welcome.
Thank you. Jim?
All right, I'm real happy for the equestrian area, folks. The way horses were leaving there for a while on the M&C committee, and I'm thinking if all the horses leave, I guess we're going to have to shut the place down, and what are we going to do with it? So I'm glad that did not happen, and that everything's so fine over there. You got plenty of staff, and so best wishes to you.
Did you want to say something again? Okay.
Well, yeah. Just to back up what Bert said, if any of you want to go to that meeting in Santa Ana, it's highly recommended. Natural gas is the main fuel that Southern California Edison uses to generate electricity. And natural gas is at a 20, 30-year low in price. It hasn't been this low in a very, very long time. We're paying 3-4 times the amount of we should be paying. And all of this is games that the PUC and the state of California play with where the energy comes from. You got to pay for somebody's windmill or whatever. It is really a travesty what we pay, especially since most of us are in an electric-only community, so we have to use electricity for heating, which is very inefficient and expensive. So if you can go or contact SC, at least do something about it. Thank you.
Is there any other people, directors that would like to speak? No? Okay. So the next item is on the consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and will be enacted by the board by one motion in the form listed below. In the event that an item is removed from the consent calendar by members of the board, such item shall be subject to further discussion. We did move one item, which was the village energy task to new business. So are there any objections? Okay, no objections. Then the consent calendar is approved. Next item, recommendation of the Finance Committee.
No, that's on the consent calendar.
Okay,
12.
We've already approved it.
Unfinished business.
okay. Then the next item would be the recommendation for, and that's also under the consent calendar. Okay. So now we have unfinished business. So I'd like to hear a motion to approve the revised GRF committee appointments resolution. Yes. Will you please read?
Oh, my God.
Okay, Resolution 90-20-XX, GRF Committee Appointments. Resolved March 3, 2020, that the following persons are hereby appointed and ratified to serve on committees of this corporation. I'm going to read only the changes from the last committee meeting. In the Communities Activities Committee, Doug Gibson will be an alternate for third, and Craig Wayne will be removed as alternate from third. The Equestrian Center Ad Hoc Committee is a new committee, and it has the following members: Bunny Carpenter, Chair, GRF; Yvonne Horton, GRF; Jim Matson, GRF; Kush Bada, third; Annie McCary, third; 2 vacancies for United. And advisors are Gary Emfield, Stephanie Brown, Sally Ingmanson, and Bunny Lipinski.
Those are the people that are on. No, okay, no speaking from the audience. Okay, he's going to read.
Maybe you can contact somebody afterwards.
Right.
Okay, to move on, Finance Committee. Steve Parsons on third is added, and Riza Karimi from third is removed. Purchasing Ad Hoc Committee. Cash Acricar United is added, Emmanuel Armendaris is from United is removed. Maintenance and Construction Committee. John Frankel as an alternate is removed, and John Pearlstone as an alternate is added. Doug Gibson as an alternate is added for third. Craig Wayne, alternate third, is removed, and Robert Munchnick, alternate third, is removed. Clubhouse 1, a renovation ad hoc committee. This is a new committee. Joe Fitzcam is the chair. Egon Garthofner, GRF. Pat English, GRF. 2 vacancies for third. Brian Gilmore for United. Sue Margolis, United. And Carl Randazzo, United, alternate for United. PAC Renovation Ad Hoc Committee. Steve Parsons, alternate third, is removed. Media and Communications. Doug Gibson, alternate third, is added. Mobility and Vehicles Committee, John Prostone, alternate third, is removed. Security and Community Access, Ralph Engdahl as an alternate is removed, and Riza Karimi, alternate, is added for third. And Steve Parsons, alternate for third, is removed. Disaster Preparedness Task Force, Ralph Engdahl, alternate, removed. Doug Gibson, alternate third, added. Craig Wayne, alternate third, removed. Strategic Planning Committee, John Prostone, third, is added. Robert Muchnick, alternate third, regular member third, is added. Steve Parsons, alternate third. Andre Torn, United. Brian Gilmore, United. Sue Margolis, alternate, United. Laguna Woods Village Traffic Hearing. Craig Wayne, third, and Annie McCary, alternate third, are removed from the committee. Resolve further that Resolution 90-20-08, adopted February 4th, 2020, is hereby superseded and canceled, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution.
Jim?
Could I add someone to the MSC as an alternate now?
You need a motion first to accept.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to add Richard Palmer to the MSC committee as an alternate.
Okay.
He's not on the board. Excuse me. Bunny?
Pardon?
Or
Yeah.
advisor,
And I knew, because he's not a, okay. But I'm not quite sure, sorry, that we would add them now. We would add them on the next.
Go round.
We could add them,
Okay, do it on the next one.
yeah, okay.
I have tried in the last 2 months to add my advisors for the Village Energy Task Force, okay? And I've given names to staff, okay? And I don't know how I'm going to ever get these advisors on this list. But I have Sue Steffens, Bill Walsh, and Steve Leonard as advisors to the Village Energy Task Force.
Bill Walsh, okay.
Yeah, Sue
Steve Leonard,
Stevens,
But
Stephegens,
Bunny?
And what?
and Steve
Sue?
Leonard.
Sue,
Stevens,
Sue Stevens?
Stephegens. Right.
Okay, and that?
It's not a GRF committee,
I know. It's-
okay? So, I mean.
But it's still, and
things.
we're still
I just
listening.
bring that up.
We have
I
issues.
understand what you're saying, but I mean.
It's a task force.
We're voting on GRF right
Yeah.
now, and we need to.
No, we're voting on this list. And it's
Okay.
listed on this document.
Okay, that's fine, we'll add it. And I'll make a note about Richard Palmer. Okay, are there any other changes? Okay. Are you gonna speak to this?
I'd like to talk on something.
Okay,
I'm sorry, but we don't even have a motion on the floor yet because it was not seconded. I'm trying to not say anything, but I have to say.
I did ask for a motion. Okay, and this, do I hear a motion? Okay, she just got me off track. Okay, do I hear a motion for the approval of the committee appointments? Do I hear a motion? Okay. Do we need to make a motion?
Hi, Bunny, I'd like to make the motion that for the as it stands, agenda item 12A, the GRF revised committee appointments, because Bert made a motion, but it got no second. So this is a new motion, and it's for the GRF revised committee appointments as they are presented to us in our packet.
Okay, you guys are confusing me, okay? Because we've already asked that this is to add these advisors, and I'm saying that's okay because we asked for changes. So I'm saying that it should be an amended motion. Help me out here.
Okay. There was no motion, original motion was never seconded, so we can't amend something that's not on the floor. The main motion has not been laid on the floor yet.
I made
Has
the
not
main
been
motion on
repeated
the
by the
floor.
chair. So first, you're going to ask for the main motion, which I think Egon, after he read it, he said, "I move." But then he never got a second
Okay.
That's right.
Do we have a second
for the main motion.
to the main motion?
Annette seconds the main motion, and I hope the corporate secretary got that. So it was
Okay.
moved by Egon and seconded by Annette. So now we have a motion on the floor to approve as Egon read it. And now, are there any amendments to that main motion?
Yes.
Directors
Now
first.
Bert.
Okay. Now Bert
Now
wants
Bert.
to add his things, okay? So now that's the amendment.
I don't get it.
Anyone want to second Bert's amendment? I'll second Bert's amendment to make it simple. Okay, so.
And then discussion?
Now, I'm laying a motion has been amended to include the names that Bert repeated. Does the secretary have those names? Good, thank you. Okay, now, the only motion we can talk to is the amended motion. That's the one that's been laid on the floor.
We put Richard Palmer on that.
Okay,
Right.
so,
Do you have
okay.
Richard Palmer?
Yes.
I did,
We
yeah.
got it.
Okay, so now, okay, we could, you have a speaker, but we don't know if he wants to speak to the main motion or to the amendment.
I want to discuss one of the committees.
Okay, then let's approve the, yes. Right now. You have to speak only to the amended, okay,
Take your turn.
okay. She,
Am I?
no,
may I
because you're not
speak?
speaking to the amendment. The only thing you can speak to now is the amendment made by Bert.
It has to do with the committees, and I want to talk about one of the committees.
Okay, let's wait till we open the floor to the main motion.
Thank you.
Okay. Rhina, let Rhina speak to this amendment, because that's the motion on the floor, and those are the only discussions we're getting.
Maintenance and construction is Anessa Nordlich. And she should have come to the meetings.
Okay, so her name's not on here at all.
No, my name is.
So you want to remove yourself, should have been
Yes,
removed.
please.
Okay. Maintenance and
Okay.
construction for Mutual 50. Remove Rhina Rothbug and add, how do you spell her name?
Anessa
Oh,
Nordlich,
Inesa.
S.A.
And what is her last name?
Nordleth. It's two words, Nord
Nord dash.
and Sleth, S-L-E-T-H, I think. We can find it, the secretary
Right.
can find it.
And-
Okay.
I'll have to get you the names, but on many of these, the PAC and the disaster and the village energy, we did assign
People.
directors.
Can
So I'll
you
have-
send that email
Yes.
again to either probably Cheryl or?
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you
Grant,
very
yeah.
much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now you're going to want to call for a vote on the amendment so we can go, he wants to talk to the main motion.
Okay.
So call for a vote on the amendment, Bert's amendment.
You should have discussion first.
We just did.
No, we did.
Okay, 1 minute.
I'm sorry.
1 minute, please, John. We'll get to you. Okay. All in favor of the amendments that were just put forward as far as the names go, please raise your hands, because I don't see it on the screen.
I guess.
Okay. All but one. Is any objections? Okay, one objections. Okay, and that's Joe. Okay, now we go to the main motion. Any directors want to speak to the main motion first, and that's to accept the amended list. Okay, now we can go to the floor.
Okay, I'd like to speak on it.
Okay, directors first.
Yeah, I seem to find that the list that I have even this new one, is not totally the same. I don't understand.
It was a last-minute Scrivener that the names were sent in, but they did not get, the biggest thing is they can't read the blue, the black on the blue, and so we wanted it to be done on the red, the changes are in red. So what we have up here, just so you all know, we have the changes in red, because the secretary wasn't able to read them. So you have something a little different, it's because...
Then was in the packet.
Yeah, you can't see the highlight on the blue.
For example, Rhina's name is not even on maintenance and construction.
I know, she already added it, just now. That was part of the amendment. It's been added.
There was
Yes.
Okay.
We just made, that's part of the amendment.
Okay.
So now we are on the main motion. If there's no directors that want to speak, we'll go to the floor. John Frankel.
I want to speak about the Laguna Woods Village traffic hearings. Current policy provides that the chair shall rotate. And you've got two people here listed as chair, but they're GRF. The word chair should not be there. The policy says that the chair will rotate between GRF, or between all of them, including the mutual fifty. So the word chair should not appear in this list.
Okay, so Egon should not always be chairing?
That's right. That should, the chair must rotate, and that's existing
Okay,
policy.
then,
I can read it to you, the policy.
I was going to before you got up before.
Okay, please.
I had asked to speak. Okay, if you're done, John, we're going to make a note of that and make
Right.
those changes by next month. Oh, God. Because I guess, I'm on that hearing, but I've never been called to be an alternate. That's only, I guess, if Egon's sick. So, but that's good to know, because we should put after Laguna Woods hearings, in parentheses or something, chair will alternate between the boards. That'll be for next month.
I've served on traffic, and that is the case.
That is what they've been doing.
It is rotating,
So it's
yes.
understood, okay, so that's understood.
Okay. Ralph?
And was your name called yet? Did you fill out a blue card, sir?
No.
Okay, you have to fill out, there's people on the waiting list. I'm sorry. Juanita, go ahead.
Okay, on this, I have the adopted rules from September 2017, 3/17/76, was first adopted in 2014, and the adopted rules say GRF will appoint a committee named Laguna Woods Village Traffic Hearings for the purpose of enforcement hearings with respect to notices of violation. One director of GRF and one director of each of the mutuals, each to be appointed by the board of directors of which he or she is a member. Members of the traffic hearing shall rotate as presiding member each month, with the presiding member refraining from voting on the issue of guilt or innocence of the person. The traffic hearings schedule, blah, 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 but this was redone, revised in September of 2017. We are not following it. You have too many people. There shouldn't only be one from each mutual and one from GRF on this particular committee.
Yeah, I see. They have both, Egon and I, both alternates. He should not.
We can have alternates.
Yeah, but we don't have, I don't see anyone that's, for GRF, that's not an alternate, so.
Well, we need to take
cross out alternate for Egon.
alternate for him.
And I'll stay as just an
And
alternate.
he's not chair.
And then he's not, yeah, so that, we decided we're going to, for next month, we'll remove
gonna
that word chairs,
Right.
because they alternate, so we're going to.
And there are two members down for third with one alternate. There should only be one with an alternate, just as there are for United, one with an alternate.
So Robert and John will decide which one is going to be for third, and they're going to get all those names up to the office, is what we decided just a few minutes ago, and make those changes, because we're not going to make them today, because we have a full agenda. So no one's going to, die.
Well,
Death isn't imminent. if
No, but
don't-
we need to follow the rules.
Yes, I know, I'm glad you
We're
brought.
going to make the adjustment.
Yeah, we're going to look those up, and we're going to make the adjustment, because
Okay.
we just thought it was understood. Okay, we have a speaker,
Ralph?
Okay, Ralph Engdahl. More a point of clarification on page 4 of 6, item 12A. My name under security and community access, the deletion line ran only through alternate, which I would interpret means that I'm primary instead of alternate now.
That's how it reads.
Yes.
Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes. He
And the
did miss.
The same in disaster preparedness.
Correct. We understood that, even though he said it differently.
Okay.
We on the board understood that's what that means.
That's fine, thank you.
Yes, your name was not redlined. Okay. Thank you.
Finish with this and I'll do the next one.
For security?
Yeah, go ahead and
Well, we
finish.
can have alternates, as many alternates as you need. So we still have the right number of primary people under security. So, because that makes Ralph and Robert the two people from third, which is just how it's supposed to be, 3, 2, 2, 1. Okay, so we want a vote now? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to say that I think we should leave this to a future time. We should postpone it.
It's too late. We've already
until we've
passed
got
the amendment.
everything-
Well,
Until we've got everything resolved, because there's so many different things that need to be corrected.
But we need to pass it so we can have meetings.
yeah, we're, right now, the only thing on the table for discussion is the main motion, which has been amended. So I'm calling for the vote because there's, unless you're going to discuss those amendments again. So I know the main motion, you want to table the whole thing, but we already said we're going to make those appropriate changes, and we're going to talk to the lawyer. We're still talking to the lawyer about the village energy. That's why they're listed under other. And what we're talking about, folks, under other committees, those have not been approved GRF committees yet. That's why they're under other. And we're talking with council about how to make them legal GRF committees according to our bylaws, 7.1.1. Annette, go ahead first.
I'm just going to say, she can't do anything because there's a motion on the floor,
Right.
and now this person would like to speak. That's it.
The only thing she could speak on is the main motion.
Correct, you've
Does she
mentioned
understand that? Yeah, okay.
Well, I want to speak on the equestrian ad
No.
hoc.
No. with it-
Well, I'll wait until I get
Okay,
that.
all right, ma'am. Yeah, so is that her card? Okay, then let's.
Yes, it is.
Okay, does the question thing come up again? So I know you wanted to, you already spoke to that in the open forum about us not recognizing that ad hoc committee, and I understand that, so.
No.
Yeah, so somebody else did. They didn't want
Wait.
the ad hoc committee.
Well, we don't want the ad hoc committee, but
Right,
my
I
name
know.
was originally on there, and now it's taken off, and I need reason for that.
Okay, we can't discuss that here.
Well, then put
Yeah.
my name back on.
Well, we can't do that at this
Why
point.
not?
You have to, okay, this is not a discussion, so
Right.
your time is up. You can't.
How can you just take me off a committee without even discussing it?
Okay,
I
can
did not take you off the committee.
The committees have to be approved.
All right, why was I taken off? You guys
It
did
was
your
never,
approval.
can I talk
Apparently
to you? Can I
afraid of
talk
me.
to
No,
you?
call security, please. Can you call security?
Yes, call security.
We need,
You guys are pitiful.
we have to have order. We're going to address your issue.
this in order, but you will
No.
not let me.
No, we have to follow Robert's Rules and Davis Sterling, or we get in trouble, especially since this is being televised, and we just got a 6-page critique from the last meeting because we didn't follow Robert's Rules. So now we're making an effort to follow Robert's Rules. There is a motion on the table. The assembly can only speak to the motion that's on the table. And I apologize for that, but our bylaws say we follow Robert's Rules. So can we please, I'm asking now for a vote on the amended main motion to accept, as amended, this GRF committee assignments. All in favor?
Wait, I have a question on that.
Again, still? Once I call for the motion, you can't, discussion's over. Discussion's over, so hold your question. Yeah.
I have a question on the main motion.
Well, that's what I asked. Is there any more discussion?
Yeah, and I raised my hand.
Okay, I apologize. Then go ahead. We'll make this exception.
Yeah, the Village Energy Task Force, we're going to discuss that. So you're going to approve it and then discuss it?
No, it's under other committees, so it's going to stay on the list until the lawyer tells us what to call it.
Good enough.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And that'll be discussed in closed session, as you know. Now, discussion's over. Can we please have a vote on the main motion that's been amended? All in favor? 6, 7, okay. So this passes as amended, and it'll come back again, newly changed. And in the meantime, we're going to handle the residents' question. She's going to get with someone during the month. She can make an appointment with Bunny.
Right.
And her number's available, and find out how to get on this list, because that's how it works. So, and anyone in the audience that wants to get added as an alternate on one of these ad hoc committees can contact the office or Bunny directly. Okay, next agenda item.
Okay, the next
Okay.
agenda item is, okay, let me go back here.
I'm finished.
Okay, the next agenda item is we would.
We removed B? Okay, that's number 13,
Right,
never mind.
right. So following the discussion of February 4th, 2020, GRF Council updated the GRF rules for board meetings to include recommendation by the board. Should the board endorse the revised meeting rules, staff recommends that a motion be made to postpone approval of the resolution and allow discussion to ensure that the resolution reads to be satisfied of the board. The resolution approval must be postponed for 28 days for member review and comment to comply with Civil Code 4360. So will you please read the resolution?
Resolution 90-20-XXX, Golden Rain Foundation Rules for Board Meetings. Whereas the Open Meeting Act, Civil Code, numbers 4900 to 4950, provided an ongoing right for each member of Laguna Woods to participate in governance of the community, and whereas the Golden Rain Foundation Board of Directors recognizes the need to facilitate effective, efficient, and orderly board meetings for the benefit of the community while protecting members' rights to observe and participate in the governance process. And now therefore be it resolved, date 2020, this date, March 3, 2020, the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby approves the Golden Rain Foundation rules for board meetings as attached to the official minutes of this meeting, and resolved further that Resolution 90-11-135, adopted November 22nd, 2011, is hereby suspended in its entirety and canceled. Resolved further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purposes of this resolution. February 3, initial notification, revised March 3, 2020. Should the board endorse the revised meeting rules, staff recommends that the motion be made to postpone approval of the resolution and allow discussion to ensure that the resolution reads to the satisfaction of the board. The resolution approval must be postponed for 28 days for member review and comment to comply with Civil Code 4360. I move this resolution and the recommendation of the staff be adopted.
I second the motion. Okay.
Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Yeah, I've gone through the document and I've marked it up, and I'd like to go through point by point. In number 2C.
Bert, can you let Kelly get settled since he's here for this item? Our counsel is here just to help us with this item.
Fine.
And as soon as he gets settled, because he's the one, this is page 12B, 14 pages, 1 through 14 is the rules that we have to follow. And they were written, the author is our legal counsel, Kelly.
Can I proceed?
Go ahead, Bert.
Okay. 2 board meetings on C, attendance. It says members may attend board meetings. Okay? Question. We stood here today, and people stood up and talked. I have no idea as to whether they were members or not. How do we know? Secondly, I don't even agree with it. Okay, I believe that there are some long-term tenants here that should have a right to speak to this board, that have things that they can say with regard to how things are operating within the community. You know, we had a saying, see something, say something. We want to hear from these people. Almost 30% of the people within this community, and in Third, for instance, okay, are tenants, not members. And some of them are very long-standing. I think it's a mistake not to listen to these people. So that's number one. The sample agenda on page 5 of 14 it really needs to be a little bit updated. I don't think it really reflects the agenda that we're using today, for instance. I'll just keep that short. I won't say what I would recommend. On E, committee reports and meetings, 6, a committee chair. We're talking about committees, and yet we're saying that the committee highlights has a 2-minute, we allow that same 2-minute requirement. In a committee, we should not allow any limit requirement. Okay, I think that the chair of that committee has the right to allow a person to speak if they have something to say that takes more than 2 minutes. If it's important, fine, let it go. I don't think there should be a limit at a committee. Committee is where we discuss things, not the board, okay? And the board, I tend to agree. We have business to attend to. But in a committee meeting, I do not agree with any limit with regard to discussion. It's something that has to be handled by the chair. The next is the open forum on page 6 of 14. We talk about at the open forum, the chair shall ask members present to raise their hands. That is no longer our procedure. We are now filling out a card, and I think this has to be updated to reflect current procedure. I would recommend that during the board meeting, that the chair of the board at that time, in the opening statements, include that the comments of directors, staff, consultants, or other guests during board or committee meetings are not comments of GRF and only the speaker's opinions. That should be something that is spoken and said to, just the way we have other things that we say with regard to disclaimers. And that should be included in the opening statements. So those are some of the changes that I would recommend.
Do you have any comment?
Well, yes, certainly. I was trying to keep track of the list, Director Moldow. Basically, by way of background, as you may remember, several months ago, the board commissioned a working group consisting of Ms. Carpenter, Ms. Troutman, Ms. English,
Annette?
Walter, and Annette, to study the board's meeting processes, look at what the other mutuals have done, and try to come up with procedures that, on the one hand, provided for efficient meetings, but at the same time protected the rights of individual members and also individual directors to participate meaningfully in the meetings. So in the course of doing that, we had several meetings and a fair amount of emails, lengthy meetings, going to the point of this draft. There are a number of policy decisions or recommendations from the working group that are certainly embodied in these rules. For example, the Davis-Sterling Act says that members have the right to attend, and open forum is legally provided for members. You certainly could, as a matter of policy, decide that you want to open up your meetings to anybody who wishes to attend, and that you could open the open forum microphone to anybody who wishes to speak. That's all of your decision. I think the feeling of the working group on this was that was not helpful, that we have lots of members that have lots of things to say, and so there was a desire to give priority to members, to mutual owners. As far as the model agenda, that was really an example. It is not intended, it's called model agenda. It's
I know.
not intended to be the agenda. And it is designed, these meeting rules are designed also not only to inform the directors about the policies and procedures that we use in board meetings, but they're also a very important informational tool for the members at large here who may not be as familiar as this board is with the processes. And so that sample agenda would be an example that would help the novice or the new attender of a GRF board meeting to understand typically the order in which we often pursue things. But it certainly does not bind the board to any particular order of doing things. As far as committee chairs, there was a feeling in the working committee, and obviously our president or any of the members can certainly speak for themselves on this issue. I think there was a concern that particularly in recent months, the open board meetings have become extremely lengthy, and that if we can protect the rights and respect the contributions of our committees, while at the same time not unduly adding to the length of the meetings. And so that gave rise to a fairly common procedure that I recommend as well, which is that you ask your committees to put their reports in writing, that becomes more significant than the oral presentation because it's a record of what the committee's work product was, the recommendation. And the feeling was that by giving each committee a small highlights opportunity in each meeting, I think it's 2 minutes, that allows a committee that may not have any action items to present to the board, still the opportunity to assure the membership that they are working and that they are meeting, that they just don't particularly have anything to ask the board to do in a particular meeting. So that was the thinking behind that. And I think, Mr. Moldau, I probably forgot one of your concerns. Can you remind me what I... Oh, the speaker cards. Yeah. Well, the purpose of asking the chair to have a show of hands of open forum speakers is really a matter of, frankly, convenience, because it gives the chair an idea as open forum begins on any particular issue or on the unlimited open forum at the beginning of the meeting, how many people wish to talk. And it's sometimes discouraging for a homeowner who's 12th or 13th in line to speak if everybody ahead of them has used up 45 minutes and now it's their turn. So the idea was to try to give everybody a fair chance. The chair, if the chair saw 10 or more people raising their hands with an intention to speak, then she would, or he would, right now it's a she, our chair would, then make the announcement that, okay, to give everybody a chance, we're going to go to 2 minutes. So that is, again, a practicality to try to preserve everybody, giving them a fair chance. The last comment you had, well, how do we know people are members? I think that's a great practical question. In most associations, large and small, there is often a practice that the speaker will be required to represent that they are a member and to state their address of ownership in the community. As a practical matter, is there a way to confirm that somebody who's at the podium speaking and claiming to be an owner is not really an owner? Probably not. Not a practical way, right? We're not that good in terms of instant research on people. So there is the possibility somebody could falsely represent they're a member, but at least having an honor system makes it clear again to the community at large, if I am the adult child of an owner, I'm the realtor of an owner, I'm the attorney of an owner, the tenant, brother, the rules tell me, oh, so I won't be able to speak and I actually don't have a right to attend the meeting. Now, I may be invited because the board has asked me to make a presentation or something of interest, but again, we're trying to make sure that people that aren't familiar with the meetings understand who gets to attend, who gets to speak, and how long. So I think now that covered your questions. And they're great observations, Mr. Moldau. I don't diminish them at all.
I'd like to just say that rather than having a member, I believe that I'm not saying that we should have anybody get up and speak. What I'm saying, we should be able to allow a legal resident to speak. And a legal resident may indeed be somebody that is leasing.
That's a decision the board could make. Only an owner has the right under Davis Sterling to attend the meeting and the right to speak in open forum.
Right.
Again, you all could choose to open it to a wider net. I would caution you, though, once you open that door, it's hard to keep it just partially open.
I don't think in the past that anybody has taken into account the fact that whether we had members or non-members, and we have managed without that. So I suspect that we have had a number, a quote, of illegal people stand up and speak who were residents, because they're residents, okay? They're legal residents. So, from past history, I would say that really doesn't seem to be a problem.
Okay, Judith?
I wish you had walked in 5 minutes earlier. As far as this Open Meeting Act goes, we had 3 residents come up and challenge us by enforcing this Open Meeting Act. There was a motion on the floor, and I explained to everyone 3 times, you could only speak to the motion, and I was reprimanded by the member 2 or 3 times, cross-talking, and then Bunny asked them, and I explained the rule, that we can only speak to the motion on the floor, and so when they started calling us names, I called for security. And so can you explain our right, number one, we're following Robert's rules to, someone can't just come up from the audience several times and interrupt us during a motion vote.
Right.
And why we're protecting them by having the rule.
Right. Well, again, the first thing is that the law gives homeowners a right to speak to the board in open forum, but it says that reasonable time limits may be set. What it doesn't say is that a homeowner can speak to the board anytime they feel the need to speak, as if they were a 12th participant. And I know at times in this community that has kind of been the practice, that somebody will walk up in the middle of debate. One of the things that I think the working group wanted is to make sure that, obviously, the legally required open forum is the one that we do at the beginning of the meeting, where people can speak on anything on or off the agenda. It's their 3 minutes. We won't censor you, edit you. It's your words, right? But there's a tradition here in GRF and in the mutuals of, on specific agenda items, allowing an open forum time at some point during the board's deliberation, similar to the way municipalities do it. And there's nothing wrong with that, but I think one of the things that we talked about in the working group was that the chair, in setting the agenda, could designate specific topics for open forum, what I call additional open forum, but not every topic. There are some meetings where a homeowner wants to talk about whether we should pay the trash bill or not, and that's really not something I think we want to take a lot of time discussing. On the other hand, if we're talking about a major renovation or major policy change, it's good practice to give people extra open forum. The law doesn't require that extra open forum. I just think it's really good community practice. And so I think that the working group made a good decision on that part of the rule.
But this is to allow someone to just come up and interrupt while we're in the middle of a vote and they want to talk about something other than the motion?
No, that's out of order. That's out of order. The time for homeowners to speak to the board is during the time the chair announces is an open forum opportunity. If the chair has not opened the floor to the members, then that interjection by a member, no matter how well-intentioned, is a disruption and is out of order. And we have to respectfully restrict that type of interruption, because you have very important decisions to make, and you're the ones legally held accountable for the decisions, not the people at the podium. So yes, that would be out of order, and the chair would be appropriate and under these rules, there's a process now of, first, if these rules are adopted, the chair would warn the disruptor, please, Mr. Richardson, sit down, open forum is closed. Richardson says, I will not, I pay my assessments, I have rights, doggone it, I'll sue all of you. The chair asks for a motion of censure. Board votes to censure, Richardson still keeps interrupting. Then at that point, the rules would say the chair would call for a motion to eject the disruptive member. Because again, we're concerned about the rights of everybody in the audience, not just that one person.
Are we required to use Robert's rules for everything, or is this just something that's a good recommendation?
I can't quote it verbatim, but the Davis-Sterling Act requires that associations use some recognized system of order. It doesn't say how strictly we have to follow Robert's rules. I think that this rule proposal does have a section which talks about the use of Robert's Rules of Order. That is what the working group and I felt comfortable with in adopting as a guideline. So the most basic, we're not going to talk about something that didn't receive a second. And if there's no motion, there's nothing to discuss.
Our bylaws, number 13, says we will use Robert's rules.
Yeah. And these rules are consistent with that.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing, if I could say for the audience, there are a couple other very important reforms in this. One is protecting the right of directors to have agenda items that they feel strongly about without having to get a majority of the board to agree with them. This is an innovation for GRF that as long as an agenda item was not out of order, and the rules give about 6 different disqualifiers, that director wouldn't have to come to an agenda prep meeting. That person could simply say to the chair, here's what I'd like to ask be on the agenda. And then as long as it was not disqualified because it was illegal or had been discussed the month before, something like that, it would be placed on the agenda. I think the other thing that's important for members to know is that the board here, if it adopts this procedure, would also be providing for a specific due process for owners that are called to disciplinary hearings. That there's a section at the end here which says if you're called to a hearing, here's how it works. And we've all been in hearings where a really nice person comes into the hearing room and they're kind of not sure what they're supposed to do. These rules let them know up front, here's how it works, here's how much time you have to talk. Will the person who's complaining about you be there staring at you? No, they won't. So I think there's a lot of protection here for individual member due process, as well as each of your as directors' rights to make sure that you're always heard, which I know we all agree is an important value.
Annette?
I have a few things about this. One, I wanted to address what Bert said about the number E, the committee chairs. He wasn't speaking about this in committee. This is for the board, so you only get 2 minutes for the report. And if there was if you did not meet in the month prior to the board meeting, no oral summary or committee highlights will be presented at the board meeting in order to make things quicker. The other thing was the disclaimer for the opening statement. It does say down here that it will be spoken to, and Bunny will be, the chair will be saying this, the president, basically, that the statements made by members in open forum, and this is a Scribner error, it needs to add the word "are," only those of the speaker and are not the position of GRF or the board, and GRF takes no responsibility as to the content of the open forum comments. And it says here, next, at the beginning of the open forum, the chair shall remind all attending as to these rules regarding open forum. So that is in there. So those things have been addressed. Now, the things I'd like to bring up are a little different, but we do have the Scribner error of adding the "are," so that one's addressed.
Where is the?
That's right here.
F2E, got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. My next one was see page 4 on basically 4 of 14, and it's 5B, the last line. It says at least 75 members. This is to put something on. So you have to go to, and I'll go there right now, to page 4, basically, of the 14, and it's basically, I just thought it said, where it says least 75 members, I think it should say 75 different vetted members, because I think if somebody brings, and we've had this before since I was on CAC as the chair and we were doing the clubhouse one, sometimes people give you petitions and they're signed, but they're really not people that were really there or had, so this way, I think vetted members. I think we need to check to make sure we need to call these people, see if you are vetted, how you feel about it, and then put it on the agenda. And I think that would move it forward.
So by vetted, I'm sorry to interrupt, I just want to understand, what you mean by vetted is that they are really members?
Yes, exactly. That they are members, okay? And that that nobody just signs their names and said, here's 1,000 people, you know what I mean, kind of thing, that they're vetted.
Would it be okay to say something like, members of record or members on the association's membership roster, something like that?
Yes, that would be fine with me,
Okay.
all right?
Does that,
I have no problem with vetting.
Okay, and then the next thing I wanted to speak on was page 8 of 14, and it's number H, the violation of rules. And let me just go back over there. On page 8, the violation of rules. It's actually the paragraph after you go through 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the next paragraph, and where you finish the word and it ends with a period. I didn't want it to stop there. I really wanted to add in something like this, adding the words, which are permanent and unalterable by a newly elected board. And the reason I wanted to add in those lines were, this way, if a board member was disciplined, the new board cannot expunge this, as I felt it was very inappropriate to staff and prior directors who had to live through the situations that resulted in the discipline. So I felt that it would be fair that that language be added.
my only concern about that
Yes.
is that because discipline is a board decision, that just like any board decision, unless there's a contract binding the association, the future board can change that policy at any
So
meeting.
you feel it's overreaching?
I don't know how we
Okay.
enforce it.
It's overreaching?
Yeah, I mean,
All
I wish
right.
I could. I don't know that I can promise to make that.
No, if you can't do anything, it's just my thoughts. Thank you.
Is there any other, another person's going to speak? On the policy?
Yes.
Okay.
Juanita Skillman.
Juanita Skillman, 2154N. I would like to elaborate a little on what Bert had said. This is supposed to be updated rules, and yet we have antiquated rules in there. In particular, on page 6 of 14, 2B, where we talk about raising their hands, and it goes on in 3C, then again on the next page, people standing in line. We really need to take those out. We don't do that anymore, and we changed to the card system for a very expeditious reason, and I think we need to bring that up to date. There was one Scribner error on page 7 of 14, number 5. Applause, boos, or other audible response to board deliberations or decisions should be are, it's plural, out of order instead of is. And that was the standing in line. And the other thing that I noticed that was not put in here at all was, something close to my heart, the bylaw that says that 2 mutual members can be observers at the executive session. So the executive session, starting on page 10, nowhere does it mention that bylaw. It does have the confidentiality agreement, and I know that was a discussion, and I know mutual members attending would have no problem signing a confidentiality statement, but I just think there should be something in the meeting rules that addresses that. Thank you.
Yeah. I want to add, in F, page 6 of 14, number 2, members' right to speak. I'd like to add F, which talks about items on the agenda are not to be discussed. Nowhere in here does it say that. Okay, so here we're saying members' right to speak. We want to make sure that they will not discuss items that are on the agenda, and it's not there right now.
Okay.
Could you, I'm sorry, Mr. Moldow, could you help me understand what you're referring to, which section?
We're talking about the members' right to speak.
Yeah.
And we have all this down, but one of the things that's not there, okay, that should be there, is the fact that if an item is on the agenda, okay, then the member should not speak.
Oh, yes, that is a tradition, I understand, that arose out of the fact that every single other item in the agenda, the board would allow open forum to anybody who wished to address that motion. But that procedure is proposed to be slightly changed now, is that if there are non-controversial decisions that are basically consent calendar items, that the chair could not have to designate every single thing on the item agenda for open forum. So if you limit somebody in the initial open forum to items not on the agenda, there are two problems. First of all, that mutual member may not wish to stay for the whole board meeting and may just wish to tell you that in 90 minutes, that thing you're going to discuss, here's my thinking on it. And then they can go on about their day. The second problem is that if we're going to insist that in the initial open forum, people only speak to items not on the agenda, we now, I think, pretty much have to allow open forum during the entirety of your agenda, even on non-controversial items. And I think the feeling of the work group was that wasn't something that they wanted. But you guys tell me how you want to do it, and I'll adjust.
Just as a comment, here we're trying to basically shorten the meeting, and by opening it up here, as opposed to opening it up to open during the actual addressing of the agenda item, okay, it seems to me that it's going to be redundant, it's going to add time
Right.
to the overall meeting.
And there's two more speakers? Okay. Is there any more directors that would like to speak to it? Okay, so two more speakers.
Richard Rader.
Good morning, Dick Rader, 270D. I've noted some Scribner errors that have been brought up, and I'll show them to you afterward. We don't have to elongate the meeting. What I'm concerned about is at the last meeting, it was suggested that a red line be given to us so we could see what changes were made. Now, for example, on page 9, J, it says, minutes shall record actions taken, but shall not record commentary or statements by directors, and here's the point, or comments during open forum. We have always had comments in open forum. So is this a change? I don't know, because you're not providing us the information to understand what changes are being made. In fact, it seems to me, I don't have the original copy of the resolution, this GRF board's resolution, to make the comparison. And last time, I believe the attorney stated that he had written something that was based on Third's meeting, how they would conduct a meeting. So I don't know if this is entirely new, if it's a change from our prior resolution, a GRF resolution. Which is it? And what changes are being made? How can we as members understand what the changes are?
Right.
Yeah, if I could briefly clarify, these meeting rules replace prior meeting rules which have been around for quite a while and which for GRF are fairly skeletal, minimal. So a red line compared to the existing meeting rules of GRF would basically be almost all red because almost everything is new. The work group did not begin with the third Laguna Hills Mutual meeting rules. They first looked at what they wanted to do with the agenda process, with the open forum process, and how committee input was to be handled in the meeting. After that, then we looked at Third's meeting rules, and yes, you will see a lot of familiar provisions to Third. But because this is GRF's policy, and we were starting fresh for GRF, I don't think anybody felt that it was significant to compare Third versus GRF. So I wasn't asked to prepare a red line, and by the way, I did not speak in the last board meeting. I sat here, we never got to this agenda item.
No, but, well, I'm not going to argue with you, but you did say that you weren't aware of a GRF prior resolution on this. But anyway, not to be argumentative, all I want to say is, would it be helpful if you, instead of redlining, just gave a list of the changes? That's all. Otherwise, I don't know what's new, what isn't. It looks like there's a lot of changes, but I have no basis of comparison.
Well, Board, again, 90% of this is new, maybe 95. It's a new document to GRF. So if you want me to compare it to third, that's the closest thing I could do. But the comparison of the existing skeletal GRF meeting rules, which I think are a page and a half in length.
2 pages.
They're just, it's comparing an apple to a stepladder.
Okay, Judith?
I just gave him the 2 pages. This was Resolution 90-9-26. Tuesday, April 7th of 2009 was the last GRF open board meeting policy I've seen, and it's only 2 pages. I just gave him a copy. But, because that was the first thing I thought of. When he said red line, I'm going, well, it'd all be nothing but red line.
Yeah, pretty much.
But I can make some more copies of this, but it's a mute thing now.
One of the things that frustrates me is the fact that I get the minutes back on a meeting, and the minutes say, so-and-so commented, period. And it says here, we shall not record commentary or statements by directors or comments during open forum. Yeah. And I find that the minutes of many of the meetings that I go to are worthless to me. What was the comment was it in favor of? Was it opposed to? Was the comment important information related to? There's nothing there. So the minutes become a worthless document in my mind. It seems to me, we've got to add information so that we know exactly what really has transpired. And when you say somebody commented and that's it, where are you?
Well, it's important to note, Board, that minutes are a corporate record of actions taken. They are not a transcript of what was said. And what is legally relevant to the decisions of the corporation are the action, not what people said about the action. And so I think one of the few areas you'll find all of the HOA attorneys agree in California, and think about that for a minute, that we all agree that minutes should not reflect commentary or whether somebody opposed or rejected a particular idea. The most important thing in the minutes is who was there, what reports were received, what motions were made, and what happened to the motion. Once we start recording what people say, we're doomed, because we'll never get it right.
Okay. That relates to
the
the
same
board
for
meetings.
open forum.
I'll buy it on a board meeting, but this is the way the committee minutes are being made as well.
Well,
And that is
committees-
disturbing.
Committees don't keep minutes because they're not separate corporate entities. Committees should be preparing reports.
Right.
They're not a separate legal entity, so they can't keep minutes. I know colloquially they're often called minutes, but to an attorney, that we don't regard them as minutes. It may be interesting, but it's not the corporate record.
Okay.
There's another person, okay.
Maxine McIntosh.
Okay. I think she was going to.
You know, it was very kind to make a suggestion, and that's what was intended, I know, that long-term leasees could maybe come to the meeting, talk to the board, make suggestions, and so forth. And, this is, I hope the whole community understands, this one meeting a month is your only opportunity to take care of major business here, everything that GRF is responsible for, just this one time. And to find a way to lengthen the meeting doesn't sound too wise to me. Also, long-term leasees, they have a choice, 2 choices. They can become a member and then operate as other members do, or they can go to the person from whom they lease the manor and talk to that person, maybe try to persuade them of a certain way. But it's the members who pay to support the GRF work, not leasees. We know indirectly they do through their rent, but that's technically, when you look at it on paper, it's the members who are doing it, and I hope we keep it to members. This is not a good time to open a new door. I've seen through the years different very antagonistic groups come in and really rack a board over the coals, wanting to change something, feeling misunderstood and so forth, taking a lot of time getting well organized, getting their petitions going. You know, we could conceivably have a group of leasees do that if they were allowed to speak and to come and talk like the regular members do. And I don't think we want to introduce an open door for a new group who right now have no membership rights, you know, here in the village. So I hope you don't change that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion?
Can I respond to that? Just the statement, to say that leasees do not have membership rights is false. They have all membership rights when they come on board. They can use all of our facilities. Not to vote, that's what you're saying. One thing you're going to deprive them of. They don't vote. I'm not saying that I want them to vote, but I want to hear from them.
That's for you all to decide.
No more discussion? Okay. Did you fill out a card?
Come on, Andre.
We really do need to move on a little bit here. Okay.
Okay, let's think of it this way. If the tenant cannot find any member to support his or her point of view, then the tenant probably shouldn't speak about that issue. If tenant can find any other member to speak for him or her, then it's welcome to have a member to speak for that. So that's probably one of the considerations we need to put in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think it's time. No, I knew what she was going to talk about. Yeah, okay. I think it's time to vote, but let's hear what the motion is. Because I think we got lost in the conversations here.
Entertain a motion. The motion was.
I know, but he has to repeat the motion.
You want me to repeat?
The motion that I currently have as recorded is to approve the update of the rules to repeat it. It's entertain a motion to approve a resolution to update the rules for GRF board meetings, and then it has the initial notification.
Was that your motion?
Okay, all in favor? Okay, the motion passed, but there were a lot of additions that needed to be added to that.
Okay.
You have to ask opposed.
That's okay.
You have to say.
Opposed? Okay.
Okay, put your hand up, just a minute. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So the next item is on the recreation policy. So, which was 12C. And the pricing policy, this basically was a pricing policy to set the horse trailer storage fees. However, we have approved a new ad hoc equestrian committee to review operating rules, pricing, among other things, to present their recommendations to the board, and the boarders were not given sufficient notice of a $100 fee increase. So I would like to ask for a motion to amend the motion to have all 2019 equestrian fees stay in effect until after the committee makes their recommendations to the board.
I'll make the motion to amend the fees to stay at the 2019 prices until such time the committee can make a recommendation to the board.
I'll second it. Okay,
I'd like to speak to it.
and seconded. Is there any discussion?
I'm confused. Was there a motion to the policy? Was there a motion, equestrian center pricing policy at all? Are we, I don't know what we're amending. I didn't hear a motion.
Oh, amending the motion that we have here, which is 12C, entertain a motion.
Okay, oh, it just wasn't,
I wanted to amend the motion.
so he didn't read it. Okay. So then we just need a motion? How can we amend something that, okay, so you want to
Sure.
amend the written motion?
The motion, yes.
So, but it says resolution, it still has to be made as a motion. Right, Kelly, can you step in here? They're trying to amend a motion that hasn't been made yet. They're saying just because this is blue and in the agenda, it's automatically a motion?
Yeah, we need a motion.
Thank you.
First, and then once it's seconded, then a motion to amend would be appropriate.
When you're not here, I don't get anywhere.
Sorry.
Thank you. I wish you were here every meeting. So we need a motion. Someone needs to make a motion to have a resolution policy, and then, and you can, so you don't call it an amendment, but make the changes in the original motion, whatever they are. Otherwise, have someone make a motion for this, and then we discuss it and make the amendment.
Okay. So we need a motion to, basically to approve
And the
the equestrian center pricing policy, which changes the storage fees. Pardon?
It's very lengthy. Should we just read the changes?
Right, the only change there is that 50%.
And I move the secretary just read the changes.
See right there.
Okay, yeah, I see.
Yeah.
So Resolution 90-20-XX, Equestrian Center Pricing Policy. I'm just going to read the changes that are indicated in this motion. First, now therefore be it resolved March 3, 2020, that the Board of Directors of the corporation hereby adopts the revised GRF pricing policy relative to the Equestrian Center, and the change under horse trailers, storage, and horse transportation fees. If space allows, residents may store their horse trailers at the Equestrian Center. The fee to store a horse trailer shall be 50% of the charge for recreational vehicle park in the RV storage lots.
That's the only change.
That's the only change.
And then resolve further.
Resolve further that officers and agents of this corporation are hereby directed on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution. February initial notification. Should the board endorse the proposed revisions, staff recommends that a motion be made and seconded to accept the resolution and allow discussion to ensure that the resolution reads to the satisfaction of the board. Staff then recommends that the board member postpones the resolution to the next available board meeting no less than 28 days from the postponement to comply with Civil Code 4360. I move that this resolution be adopted.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Now, at this point in time, he can make,
I would like to amend the motion to reflect that all prices at the Equestrian Center stay the same as they were in 2019. Okay. And until we have recommendations from the committee to the board.
okay,
I'll second it.
okay. Do we have any discussion?
Oh, just, what are those prices from, what'd you say, what date? I just missed the date.
They'd stay in place from where they were from 2019, so it's the
2000,
same
okay.
pricing before this amendment.
Thank you.
Right.
Did it get seconded? Okay.
Okay.
My question is, what do we subsidize the golf course compared to the equestrian center? Is it the same?
No,
I don't think so. I think it's 65%. Or,
it's not the same.
Well, this is 65%. Do we subsidize golf to 65%?
I have to look at the book. I don't have a book with me. I don't know the answer to that.
Because I would think,
I would think
that
it's
golf is a greater
32%.
draw even than the equestrian center in terms of number of members.
pardon?
I said it's a greater draw to members to the community. Okay, so why would this get a higher subsidy if it does? I think that's something that we need to look at.
We will.
Well, we're saying, no, we're not going to change anything for the next year. So, anyway, it would
Okay.
be helpful.
Okay, Yvonne?
Oh. Well, that's the part that we have to look at. If the subsidy is so high, if you take the subsidy and what the equestrian boarders are paying right now, that comes to $900 a month. That's what we're paying and they're paying. And so we have to start. Yeah, we have to start looking at those fees.
Yeah, I mean,
And make them,
what would they
because
pay elsewhere?
a lot less.
Really?
Yeah. At a premier place, they would be charged like $725 a month, and that would include the feed. And our pricing policy is kind of antiquated. Anyway. Okay.
Okay, I believe, although I'm not for certain, and I don't have my book with me, that the golfers pay 68% and we underwrite it 32%, or maybe we right there. And then, of course, the golfers pay their fees as much as they pay golf. Now, last year when I was the chair of CAC, we worked very hard to make the fees, because just like golf, the only people that can use this facility are the people that have horses. So we had to make it comparable, and it was very, very comparable in terms of that. So this is new, and I understand that there's an amendment now. I understand that there was a fee that was raised, and then they raised it and didn't disclose it to the equestrian center, and that has, they didn't give them any notice. But I believe when we raised our fees last year, we did pass around notice that this would be enacted in January of 2020. So I'm a little confused, but I really, I don't know if Betty or somebody else can speak to this, but.
I can right now.
Thank you.
I can right now. The boarders were not given proper notice that their fees were going up $100. That's quite a bit of money. Anyway.
Got to be looked at.
Is there any other comments?
Yes, these comments, I think, should be taken up in the committee that has been formed and not here now.
So,
Thank you.
so on that basis, I would, I suggest we
Okay.
table this.
Bunny,
Can I,
if I could.
all right.
Yeah, I would just say in this case, with an ad hoc committee being formed, I don't think it's fair to judge fees at this point in time. There were some years past when we've had a great deal more business. So right now, the numbers we're looking at, as far as what GRF is taking in as being from our residents, doesn't reflect what hopefully it will be in the future. So we'll probably readjust the fees at some point in time, but hopefully it's when we're back to a level where we feel the equestrian center's at its maximum capacity.
To the chair. On that basis, and, I would suggest that we table this until the committee has an opportunity to look at it.
Okay, I'll make a comment to that, but
Okay. Yeah, we talked about this last September, because the fees were the same as the RV lot. And I thought we cut them in half, 50% already.
okay. I'll make a comment, okay? Really, this motion is not because of the trailer fees, the storage fee. It's because there was an increase of $100 per month that the Equestrian Center, just this billing, found out what that increase was. Now, what you approved in your policy was a percentage. No one had any idea what that increase would be until they just got their billing February, because they bill after, not before. And it was a real surprise. Now, the biggest issue is the fact that now these fees are being raised, and just for what the boarders have to pay is not competitive. It's not competitive with the area around us as far as stables. So based upon the same amenities that you have, you have to look at the amenities that our stable has and compare it to other stables. So with this price increase, it basically is not a competitive rate. And one of the things that I am very concerned about is 3 boarders just moved out, okay? And if we don't have a competitive rate, then I don't know how many other boards are going to move out, and we're already in the red. So that's my comment.
I wanted to comment to Bert, tabling it won't do any good. That's pretty much what the amendment just did.
Right.
In essence, it's sending this to the committee before any changes are made, and the committee will decide if there's going to be a change or not. That, in essence, is like tabling it, not exactly, but, you know, I see you don't want to touch this, you want it to go to the committee. Well, that's exactly what his amendment said.
Right. And we want to keep
I
the
thought his amendment
prices the
said to
same.
leave everything the same.
No, just until the first meeting for the committee, and then they'll work on the pricing.
I didn't hear that part.
Yes, I did.
But we would
that's-
still
yeah.
retain the 2019 prices.
So that's the same thing.
And not the increase. Okay. Is there any further discussion?
I just want to, just a clarification. On the agenda itself is just the trailer fee.
Right.
You added additional dialogue, which you haven't put on the agenda. My recommendation would be to take an action on the trailer fee unless there's an opposition to the trailer fee. That's not, the additional dialogue that you had with regards to all your fees was not something that was placed on the agenda. The only thing that was on the agenda was to modify the trailer fee. So.
And we amended that.
I understand, but there was nothing on the agenda. I know you amended it, but relative to a discussion by anybody coming to the audience, they don't even know that you amended the agenda in effect. And I'm not sure that's appropriate. You have your legal attorney here, but I think what was on the agenda was one fee. To go about making an amendment to all of a sudden
That's not
talking
what it
about all
says.
your fees, I'm not
Yeah.
sure that's an appropriate amendment. If you want to bring it back to an upcoming agenda item to address what you just did on the amendment, that's fine. I think we can do that. But I think right now, my suggestion is you focus on the agenda item, which was just to modify the one fee.
But that's not what it says. Unfortunately, it didn't get put in the agenda that way. The way it was presented to this board today, entertain a motion to adopt Resolution 2020 Rec Policy Update. And it doesn't say anything about just one portion of that. So
But that's the only update.
That's the only update.
Okay,
There isn't any other updates.
okay, we have,
So then it's fine like it is, I think. So we'll go back to Kelly like you said.
let's
I'll
have.
let your, go ahead.
Okay, let's have people speak to it.
Stephanie Brown.
Madam President, Directors, thank you. Stephanie Brown, 5400B. And I had a number of things I wanted to say, but if we're going to reserve those things to committee, I'm not sure how what Mr. Parker just said plays into what has already been said here in the director's room, but I will reserve and save time and not go into the reasons why the policy. It is true we did not get notice. I'm a boarder at the Equestrian Center. I did not get notice of the amount of money that it went up. I did go have a discussion with Mrs. Betty Parker last week, Friday, to see why it went up, what the percentage was being applied against. And it was, I still don't have satisfactory answers. She's going to get them to me as to what it was that constituted that 909 per stall number per month. Because that is, I agree with Director Horton, that that's over the market rate for what it is that you can get in the community. It's much, much higher than what you can get in the community for what's offered at the Equestrian Center. So we have to look at why are we as residents being charged a percentage of a number that we don't have any access to, we don't have any control over, we don't have any control over what materials or supplies or, any of the items that we're getting a percentage of. We don't even have, I haven't even seen them yet, and I do have questions about where those numbers come from. So this can be addressed in committee if that's appropriate. And some other things, since I'm now on the ad hoc committee, I will bring up at that time. But I would like council to address or maybe look at, maybe have you all consider, we boarders have a contract for services at the Equestrian Center. We pay money every month in exchange for services, a place to put our horses, but also in exchange for services, mucking the stalls, we turn out our own horses, but they bring them back in. They deliver the feed to our horses based on money that we pay for that feed. Only now we've been tagged another 10% on top of feed for administrative services.
which I think is double billing, because the board usually includes the delivery of the food from the hay stack to the horses. So we're getting tagged now another 10% on top of the hay for services that are usually included in the board. And I want to know the difference. I'm a lawyer, and I'd like to know the difference in how it is that the board and the community perceives the contract for services that we engage in with the community to deliver these services to our horses, as opposed to, going to have a horseback ride on a horse that's not ours. That's a different service that this facility offers to riders. We are owners of horses at the facility, and we contract for services. So I think there's a gray line there, and I think we ought to have that looked at with a lawyer. I'd love to have that discussion with someone who can explain it to me. How does this contract for services in exchange for the money we give for boarding play into this price increase that came in out of the blue? We had no notice of it, other than it's a percentage of something that we can't examine. We don't see it before the price goes up. And other boards in the area did go up $10 to $25 per month on my quick review last night, but not $100 per month. And it's more than that because the hay also went up substantially. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, who's the next person?
Sally Eglinton.
I agree totally with Stephanie, Sally Eglinton, 954B. My question, though, is right now we are holding in our hands a bill for next month.
Right.
At $100 plus increase. Are we to go ahead and pay that in hopes that the difference will be refunded depending on what decisions are made? That's my question.
Thank you.
I'd like Kelly to comment on, since we did not pass this change, then are their bills valid? Can they just hold the bills? Because obviously that was sent before the board approval, which they assumed was going to happen today.
Well,
I'd
like to, if I may, Director Troutman, go back to the concern expressed by your CEO regarding the agenda notice on this item. The agenda notice on this item was very narrow, and I'm concerned that if the board were to go outside this very narrow disclosure and adopt some different changes to the policy, that it might be subject to criticism at best, and at worst, a challenge to the enforceability of the rule. I would suggest, unless there's some urgency of the matter, to take the other considerations that there seem to be some interest in looking at, and then maybe putting that over into the April meeting. That would be the safest way to avoid any challenge to the whether we've complied with the agenda requirement.
Okay, I consider this an emergency because people have already been billed. They're billed $100. Some people have more than one horse, and it really, they were given this billing and they were not notified that they were going to have the increase. So Kelly, I'm going to ask you, how do we treat this? Because it is an emergency. To wait until April or May, is really too long.
First of all, legally, it doesn't qualify as an emergency. An emergency is imminent peril to property, imminent damage, danger, injury, things like that truly can't wait another day. This may be perceived as urgent by the people that are spending the money in the stables. I completely understand that. But it wouldn't fall under the Davis Sterling definition of emergency. The other option is if the board felt that this was sufficiently important that it should be added to this agenda, you would have a vote of, I'd have to check the math, I think it's 8 out of 11 directors would have to agree to add it to the agenda on the theory that this is something that, and this is how it has to happen, if something came up after the posting of the agenda that it is perceived cannot wait until the April meeting, then a vote of, I think it's 8 out of 11 directors can vote to add it to the agenda. And then it is considered a proper agenda item for today. But we have to get over that first hurdle of having 8 out of 11 of you agree.
Okay, well, I'm going to make one other comment. The fact is that if we're not competitive with the surrounding stables, more people will leave, and we have 11 empty stalls. So I call that an emergency.
Okay. I don't know if there's a somewhere in between or not. Is it possible, since the people were not properly notified this and the price just took place, is it possible we give a notification that might be 6 months out So there's time to go through all this, correct it, or see what the ad hoc committee comes up with. Is it legal for us to simply say, we're going to give them notice, and that notice is going to be 6 months?
Well, I'm always a fan of giving people as much notice as you can before you make a significant change, up or down, in what you're charging. But I think that's where the association, the board's discretion in trying to figure out balancing the association's protection against the interests of the folks that use the stables.
So is that a possibility?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So that's, would be an answer.
Okay, Mary?
Mary Stone, 356C. In looking at the agenda, when you look at 12 unfinished business, item C, it says entertain a motion to adopt a resolution for the 2020 Recreation Policy Update Equestrian Center. Doesn't say storage unit. And when you look at the resolution, it says Equestrian Center Pricing Policy. It doesn't say storage unit. And so in that policy, it does specify a boarding fee and other fees. So when you're discussing a pricing policy, it seems to me that includes other things because it's there, it's written, you know. The other thing that was not mentioned when Egon read it is resolved further that this resolution shall be effective January 1, 2020, at which time retroactive billing for the storage fees. Come on, people. Is that considered fair?
Board, I would like to add one other important consideration. In addition to the agenda notice, this is specifically noted on item 12C as a rule change that was published in the February meeting. And this is the second meeting to approve what you published.
Right.
If we make any changes, even one word of significance from what was published 28 or more days ago, we have to start over anyway. So, and I'm sorry, I was thinking on one level, but this is clearly published as a rulemaking step. So we really can't, today's vote on the resolution is an up or down vote. We can't tinker with it, or we violate the 28-day publication that we're very careful here to follow. So I'm sorry, and I'm not commenting on the merits of the, you know, I'm not a horse guy, but I'm the procedure guy.
I was just going to offer a similar clarification, Kelly, that it was on 28-day notice as a change to the storage fee only. And we haven't billed the storage fee because at last month's meeting, the board said, we want that to go down to 50% of the RV lot fee. And we specifically talked about not billing that one fee until this comes off 28-day notice and is passed. So we've not billed the trailer storage fee, which I think there's maybe 3 trailers at the Equestrian Center. So it was a very narrow scope when it was put on 28-day notice last month.
Okay, how do we handle this situation, Kelly?
Is the notice possible?
Well, again, to the extent that it's a 28-day notice issue, that's an up or down. To the extent that it's not part of the 28-day rulemaking process, then I think the board, to address anything other than what was published on the agenda 4 or 5 days ago, would need to be a vote to specifically add the item to the agenda by a minimum 8 vote of this board. And I just frankly think...
7. There's one
Is it-
person left and another person is out of town or sick. So there's only 9 of us, so it'd be 7 nights. Present, there's 9 people present to vote.
Well,
Would that be 75% of 9?
I have... Let me just check what the statute language is. This doesn't come up very often, so I don't trust my memory.
Yeah, why can't we just vote this down and keep the fees as are, or as they were approved earlier?
That's what our motion was, and he's saying.
The problems that came up with people's no notice were actually different than what's on here.
See, the original policy was approved, and it basically gave a percentage. We had no idea what the actual cost would be. So that was approved, and the only thing that was not approved at that point in time was the storage fee. And so this policy, what's on the agenda now is what Kelly was saying, the 28-day approval of the storage fee only being 50% of the RV lot.
Well, if we voted it down, what would the fees be?
It would be the increase, the $100.
A $100 increase?
If I could clarify, Board, Civil Code 4930, is it C or D? D requires 2/3 of the directors present. So if, Director Troutman's correct. If we have 9 directors around the table right now, then 6 would be sufficient to add it to the agenda today.
But can we add it to the agenda now?
Well, if we're not tinkering with the rule change that we published, then yes.
Okay.
But we can't circumvent the rule change notice. So we're starting to get a little complicated.
I know.
I still think
These get confusing.
I know, and I don't want to disappoint our equestrian friends, but I'm just wondering if maybe we need to press the reset button and come back at this in April when we've got our ducks a little bit more in a line.
Okay, so what you're suggesting is that we will go ahead and approve this change, okay?
As notified, yeah.
As notified. And then, at this point in time, we can also add it to the agenda? We can make a motion to add it to this agenda, or are we going to make a motion to add to the April
You know,
agenda?
I would suggest you add it to the April agenda at this point. And by the way, I'm not suggesting the motion be passed or rejected.
I know.
I'm not a horse guy, so, and that's not my place. But procedurally, I think the safe bet now is vote up or down on what you've got published in the agenda, and then revisit this in April if there are other modifications that you want to make. Then you have plenty of time to notify everybody, and
Okay, do you want to?
Okay, I move to not adopt Resolution 2020 Recreation Policy Update that was first approved, no.
We have a motion.
Is there?
There's a
Okay, I
motion
thought we
and an
did.
amendment on the floor, and I just.
Thought we voted that.
Can I
Okay.
offer a clarification for Director Tibbetts or anyone, what a yes and a no vote means? And I'm going to speak to the original motion, not the amendment. If you vote yes on the original motion to accept the red lines in this proposed policy, the only thing that does is sets the RV storage, trailer storage fee at $160.
Right.
If you vote no today, then they will be billed $320 because it will be equivalent to RV lot storage fee. That's really so a yes vote makes it $160, a no vote makes it $320.
Okay, but
That's
we
the
have
only
to.
fee change under this motion.
Betty, you misspoke. You meant the horse trailer.
Did I say horse trailer fee?
Yes, okay.
It's currently tied into the RV lot fee. It's currently 100% of the RV lot fee. A yes vote today would make it 50% of the RV lot fee.
Okay, but my understanding is we have to vote for the amended vote first and turn that down, right?
Yes, right, correct.
Right.
May I have somebody read the amendment?
I didn't hear what you said, I'm sorry.
I need the amendment again. I'm sorry, I don't know what the amendment is.
Yes, can you read that?
I had it. Oh, sorry. I apologize. I had it down as amending the prices. I can adjust it if it needs to be adjusted.
Okay, I have, Joe made the amendment to keep the same prices as 2019, because I did ask him to repeat. That's what the amendment was that was made by Joe. Right. Okay.
Okay, so basically what we need to do is to vote on the amended amendment. So, all in favor?
I'm not going to vote.
Amended amendment.
Yeah, that
The
didn't make
amendment, we
sense.
have to vote on the amendment first, or decline that, or vote against that, and then we can go to the main motion.
So we want to vote no on the amendment, according to Betty. So,
Yes. Okay. Now you know why I get so confused.
So there's no vote.
Okay. Okay, there's no vote.
Motion fails.
The motion failed, so now we're going to vote for.
The main motion?
The main motion.
Which would be a yes.
Okay.
That raises it.
And
No,
would you
brings it down to
repeat the main
160
motion
from
again,
220.
Grant?
The motion the original motion is to entertain a motion to approve 2020 Recreation Policy Update Equestrian Center.
Okay. Okay. All those in favor? Well, I think we're, oh, see, I don't get my machine here, so I don't see for voting. All right, is there?
We're voting.
By hand.
Okay,
Oh, here it is. It's on the
there
screen.
it is. Okay.
There we go.
Great.
Let's vote no on this.
Yeah, they're going
Yes.
to try.
Okay, so the motion passed. Is it on there? Okay. I can't tell on here.
1, 2, 3. There's only 5 people. Whose name is not up on the screen?
I didn't vote.
Is your screen working? No. Okay. You can put yes or no? Is there a yes or no on your screen? Or is your screen not working?
Mine does not work on voting.
Okay.
That's a yes vote?
Yes.
How does Don vote? Don, how did you vote?
I'm still confused. If you vote yes,
Okay.
then the fees are going to go up?
No, there'll be 160 instead of 320
Freeze, all right.
if
that
you
makes
vote
sense.
yes.
Yes.
That's what Betty said.
I vote yes.
Thank you.
Then I recommend you reconsider all the equestrian fees at your CAC meeting on March 12th. And I can come with the cost basis and allocations and all that to help explain why they are what they are in 2020 and where you want to go from there.
Okay.
Is that you?
Yeah. Could I ask a question? Not only the fees, but this idea of something being retroactive, I assume we can arrange that so if the fees moving forward are reduced, that would not be a situation where they're paying the higher fee in the past. And I don't know if I got a clear explanation, and I think CEO Parker's out of the room at the time, but is there any, people did not receive notice. Is there anything we can do in the meantime to extend a longer notice until we actually do this, so there's not a confusion of people paying, then having to get refunds if it's undone retroactively, I guess?
Well, the fees increased for the horse boarding and the fees under the current policy. This policy was in place since January 6, 2015, and the first 2 bullet points under horse boarding explain what the fee is. That didn't change. It follows the budget. The 2020 budget numbers were put in, we calculated, the fees went up. The same thing happens with the room reservations and what are the others? There's a few fees that you have in recreation that are tied to the budget, and they automatically increase or are adjusted if the budget goes up.
Sure. That was
So-
what went from 312 to 412,
But
one of
if
the fees?
in hindsight, if you go back and change the fees, or if you change your policy and override those increases, then certainly we can issue refunds. But
Okay.
to avoid late fees and problems with billing, whatever is being billed in 2020, I'd recommend that they pay, and then you decide if those are the appropriate fees or if you want to change them.
So they have no right of notice then, in other words? I mean, because I had gotten phone calls and some of them, had left at this point in time even, but,
Well, we publish the fee increases on the website, and just like room reservations, like we don't send a notice out
Out to 'em.
for
Okay.
increased fees for room reservations. So if we, going forward, obviously, we can learn from this. And
Okay.
on something that's more individual, like the horse boarding, then we can give a different type of notice.
okay, I welcome the question people to our next meeting, so.
Yeah.
Thank you.
March 12th, going to be on the agenda.
1:30.
Okay, now I've lost. Okay, the next item. Okay, the next item is the resolution for the GRF strategic planning. So would you like to read that resolution?
Resolution 90-20-XX. GRF Strategic Planning Committee Charter. Whereas the Strategic Planning Committee has been established pursuant to Article 7, Section 7.1 of the bylaws of the corporation, now therefore be it resolved, March 3, 2020, the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby assigns the duties and responsibilities of this committee as follows. 1. Perform duties imposed upon all standing committees as set forth in the resolution entitled General Duties of Standing Committees. 2. Review, evaluate, and make recommendations to the corporate members according to the GRF Bylaw 2.1.4 in relation to A. Sale and/or conveyance of Golden Rain Foundation or Golden Rain Foundation of Laguna Hills Trust real estate and/or improvements, where the value of the real estate and/or improvements is appraised for at least $500,000. B. Lease of real estate or improvement in excess of 1 year. C. Acquisition of real estate where the total amount to be paid is at least $500,000. D. Expansion of facilities or construction of new facilities, either the construction of new facilities or the addition to an existing facility of at least 1,000 new or additional square feet, or a minimum cost of $500,000. And E. Any borrowing in an amount excess of $1 million. Number 3, research alternative sources of revenue and alternative cost-sharing models and make recommendations to the board. 4, direct the managing agent to prepare a long-term strategic plan, review and modify the plan as necessary, and present the plan to the board. 5, the committee shall perform such other tasks as are assigned by the GRF president or board of directors of this corporation. Resolved further that officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution. February initial notification, 28-day notification of member review and comment to comply with Civil Code 4360 has been satisfied. I move this resolution be adopted.
I second.
Annette, thank you. Okay, same as last time. This is the 28-day has been satisfied. So a yes motion on this, what we voted on last month.
Further discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
Any, Bert?
I'd like to amend this to read, item 2B, where it says expansion of facilities or construction, I would like to add expansion of or renovation of facilities or construction. Okay, that's number 1. And under item 3, should read research alternative sources of revenue and savings and alternative cost-sharing models.
Is there a second to the amendment? If not, it fails. Do I see, Chair see a second? No. Okay, the amendment fails. Anyone from the audience? Anybody? Okay, 2?
We have 3 speakers.
3?
Carl Randazzo.
I just have one question regarding this committee. I noticed in the standing committee list, there's only 3 people listed from GRF. Is that going to take on the 3-2-2-1 format? The list seems to only show 3.
Annette, do you want to answer?
Annette,
Yes.
Joe Fitzcam, Yvonne
There's been an
Horn.
amendment, and it was passed to us, let's see. So I'll read you who's on the committee, okay? On the Strategic Planning Committee, what you see is, before it was amended, and we just got this morning, that's why you don't see it, Carl. It's myself, Joe, and Yvonne. But from third, it's going to be John Pearlstone and Robert Murchnick, with Steve Parsons being the alternate. From United, it's going to be Andre Torg and Brian Gilmore, with Sue Margolis being the alternate. All right?
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Okay, next.
Dick Rader.
Dick Rader, 270D. Bert just brought up a point that I was going to raise, and that is that the way this item number 2D is written, I believe if you read it, it sounds like it's an addition to a building. You have to actually have something external added to the building. Does not address anything that happens internally, i.e., as Bert said, renovation. What this means is, as we've heard from the community members, or I have many, who say that they do not want to have the PAC, a large renovation go on within the PAC. The way this is written now, if over $500,000 item came in to renovate the inside of the PAC, it would pass because it isn't addressed here. You see what I'm saying? What it says here is that these have to be external things in order for it to meet the $500,000 limit. If you were to have a $500,000 expenditure within the PAC, the board wouldn't, and none of the other boards could say anything about it, the way this is written. Do you follow me?
Yeah.
I missed half your
Okay.
conversation, but.
Okay, I'll tell you what he's saying. Okay, on 2D, Bert wanted to add expansion of facilities or renovation.
Correct.
Okay, so remember, this is just the charter for the committee. This
Right.
committee is only going to be sending recommendations to the board. The committee's not going to be making any decisions on any of this. This is just outlining what the committee's going to be looking at, their overview. This is just a charter.
Right, and within the charter, shouldn't they also have the ability to say anything with over 500,000 as a renovation? Should they have that opportunity?
Yeah,
Why
well,
should it be excluded?
Okay, there's two ramifications of that. I understand what Dick is saying. Is one, if we have a situation where the corporate members can take and get involved in every $500,000 project, if you have you could have a situation where GRF could no longer maintain any of its facilities if it was over $500,000. So depending on the boards you have, they could vote against every single thing you do. And then you have also the other, situation. It's kind of open right now. I mean, what is spent on the PAC, I don't think is probably limited by that rule, which is not good either. So there's probably, McKinley Hill, there's a probably complicated answer. I think it should be limited, not to particularly that amount. But to me, the way that reads, we have the right to maintain facilities regardless of what the cost of the repair of that facility is.
That's right, but if it's over 500,000, you could say it pertain, with your proper wording, you could say buildings or sports facilities, and you eliminate all the other stuff.
Thank you, Dick. Okay, there's still a misunderstanding. These A, B, C, and D, it came from the bylaws. Okay, so we're not going to, from 2.1, that's all it's doing. We can't change the bylaws here at this meeting. By
trust.
All we're doing right now is saying this committee charter, this will be one of the things they look at. That's all the charter's doing. We're not, if we vote yes or no, it's not going to have anything to do with bylaw 2.1.4. All they're doing is letting you know that that's kind of one of the things that this committee is going to have oversight over. Annette? Does that make
And in the future, if the bylaws are looked at, then this might be something that's addressed. And then that comes up annually as we review the charters annually. Thank you.
Okay, do you want to finish that portion?
Okay. So is there, does everyone understand what a charter is? Okay, one more person from the audience.
Andre Toring.
This is just a charter. It's not changing anything. No, you can't.
Okay, my question about this one is that the charter seems to be too restrictive. If we look at number 2, review, evaluate, the blah, 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 A, B, C, D, E, A, B, C, D are related to real estate. But limited to only the sales, lease, acquisition, and expansion, that kind of thing. And also number E and 2E and 3 are related to financial side. And of course, the 4 is give the option of prepare a long-term strategic planning, and 5 give additional capability of us as assigned by the GRF president. May I suggest that we simplify number 2 by provide direction of real estate management rather than.
I didn't hear you say that.
You need to
Okay.
speak up a little.
Okay, what I'm recommending is number 2, can we simplify it by providing directions on real estate management instead of sales?
It's just a charter. The committee cannot, like number 4, yeah.
Okay, may I finish my statement here?
Okay.
And change number 3 by providing directions on financial situations, and maybe add other things like improve the process improvement, providing better customer services, and also maybe provide KPIs for better monitoring process. I don't think we want to limit to only to a few things, and I want to. The strategic plan is about overall that which direction we want to go, rather than specific tasks that we need to do. So that's my recommendation about these. Maybe adjusted it so we have a more on the direction side rather than a specific task side. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else from the audience? Okay, any other, before we vote? Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor of the charter for this new strategic planning committee, which is going to be chaired by Annette Soul and include everyone on the list that you have a copy of that's in the agenda. All in favor?
It's on the screen.
It's on the screen. Oh, good, it's on the screen, thank you. And if your machines don't work, you're going to have to tell Grant how you vote. Okay, we have 1 no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, the charter passes. Yeah. Okay, next.
Okay, 13A. Please read the resolution.
All right. Attachment 1 of the proposed charter, Resolution 90-20-XX, Clubhouse 1 Renovation Ad Hoc Committee Charter. Whereas the Board of Directors of this corporation understand that Clubhouse 1, built in the 1960s, may require some long-term renovation, and whereas on February 4, 2020, the Board of Directors of this corporation established Clubhouse 1 Renovation Ad Hoc Committee in accordance with the Golden Rain Foundation bylaws, Article 7, Section 7.1.1 and Section 7.1.2, for the purpose of providing feedback for the potential renovation and upgrades to Clubhouse 1, and now therefore be it resolved March 3, 2020, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby assigns the duties and responsibilities of this renovation ad hoc committee as follows. 1, the Clubhouse 1 Renovation Ad Hoc Committee will be provided with and review all current consultants and VMS staff reports relative to the proposed renovations of Clubhouse 1. The Clubhouse 1 Renovation Ad Hoc Committee may make suggestions, revisions, changes, approvals, or disapprovals of said reports. When evaluating said reports, concepts for the renovation, such as architectural design, the Clubhouse One Renovation Ad Hoc Committee shall consider the overall community needs, uses, and future growth. Number 3, furthermore, the Clubhouse One Renovation Ad Hoc Committee shall serve as a liaison between the Golden Rain Foundation Maintenance and Construction Committee, GRF and M&C, the Community Activities Committee, CAC, and the Finance Committee. The Clubhouse One Renovation Ad Hoc Committee is in its duties as liaison will first gather the input of the Golden Rain Foundation Maintenance and Construction Committee, GRF-M&C Committee, GRF M&C, and the Community Activities Committee, CAC. 4, Clubhouse One Renovation Ad Hoc Committee as liaison will submit such gathered inputs to the consultants and the VMS staff. The consultants will then prepare a preliminary proposal for the submission to the ad hoc committee and VMS staff for review. Number 5, the consultant's preliminary proposal will include an assessment and schematic design and design development for the renovation of Clubhouse One, including the proposed scope of work, SOW, and a proposed line item for budgetary considerations. Number 6, the scope of work for the preliminary proposal of the renovation of Clubhouse One at a minimum will focus on item 1, architectural considerations, original schematic site and floor plans, the proposed schematic site and floor plan changes, the proposed building elevations and landscape plans, the interior design, the primary interior activity relationships related to the building and program adjacencies, all interior and exterior finish materials and color finishes, parking accommodations and locations, overall site improvements if required. Item 7. Upon approved review of the consultant's preliminary proposal by Clubhouse One Renovation Ad Hoc Committee and the VMS staff, the Ad Hoc Committee will present the preliminary proposal to the GRF Maintenance and Construction Committee, GRF M&C, and the Community Activities Committee, CAC, for each committee's review and approval of the implementation plan, for the recommended facility upgrades. Upon final approvals of the implementation plans for the recommended facility upgrades by both the GRF Maintenance and Construction Committee, GRF M&C, and the Community Activities Committee, CAC, and the Clubhouse One Renovation Ad Hoc Committee shall present the implementation plans to the Finance Committee and the corporate members, if applicable, for its approval. Item 9. The Clubhouse One Renovation Ad Hoc Committee, upon approval of the Finance Committee and the corporate members, if applicable, will submit such approvals to the consultants and the VMS staff. The consultants in item 10, the consultants and the VMS staff will then commence implementation of Clubhouse One renovation according to the approved implementation plans. Item 11, Clubhouse One Renovation Ad Hoc Committee will meet as needed to receive project updates from the VMS staff and/or the consultants. Item 12, the Clubhouse One Renovation Ad Hoc Committee shall report on the planned implementation activities of the Golden Rune Foundation periodically at board meetings or when requested by the Golden Rain Foundation Board. Resolve further that the Clubhouse One Renovation Ad Hoc Committee shall perform such other duties as may be assigned by the Golden Rule Foundation Board, and upon conclusion of the committee's work, and it will be disbanded by the board. February initial notification. Should the board endorse the proposed meeting rules, staff recommends that a motion be made and seconded to accept the resolution and allow discussion to ensure that the resolution reads to the satisfaction of the board. Staff then recommends that the board member proponents postpones the resolution to the next available board meeting with no less than 28 days from the proponents to comply with Civil Code 4360. I move this resolution be adopted.
I'll second the resolution.
Bert? Getting the words out.
Yeah, I think we're missing a few things. One is, it talks about a consultant, and we don't have a consultant. It seems to me that we have to go out and look for a consultant and bid, and I think that this committee has to be involved in the selection of that consultant. Secondly, the size of this project is such that we are going to have a construction manager, professional construction management company, come in and support this program. I mean, if you're talking about a $15 or $20 million project, we don't have the in-house skill. And therefore, we need to also have this committee involved, okay, in the bidding process, going out to find a construction manager. Okay, and those two items have got to be included within the charter of this committee.
Was that an amendment?
Yeah.
Oh, was
That is an amendment.
I'll second your amendment.
Okay. Pat?
Well, I just wanted to make a small change on here.
Right.
We're not including 7.1.3. And if you don't do that, that allows advisors to be not even members, and it allows them to vote. And 7.1.3 should be included there. Are you listening to me?
We
Am
can
I-
add that.
No.
7.1.3 is not included. Shouldn't it be included in that?
If we form the committee in compliance with the bylaw, then we're okay?
Yeah,
We just
we
have to
don't
make
need
sure
it.
we comply with the bylaw.
It's assumed.
Okay, so we don't need to add 7.1.3 onto that? No?
As long as we,
Okay,
as long as we comply.
all right.
Right.
If you say so, fine.
The only comment I want to make is this is a charter, so does it really require a 28-day?
No, it really doesn't.
So we need to amend that as far as.
28 days over, it was presented in February.
I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
28 day is finished, it was presented in February.
What I'm saying is that a charter doesn't require a 28-day review. Okay.
I agree.
Okay, so now we have an amended motion. Okay, would you read the motion, please?
The amendment is to add the selection of a construction manager into the charter
And a consultant.
and a consultant.
Okay. So we don't vote on here. Okay, all in favor of the amended?
Can I
Okay.
ask Bert a question, first of all?
Okay.
Bert, wouldn't SVA be considered a consultant in this?
They would be, but there should be other alternatives that we seek. Why should we only look at the, offerings of one?
So for competition, you're saying?
Should be a competition, absolutely.
Thank you.
Well, it still has to apply to the purchasing policy, even though it's not written in here.
Right.
Okay, that's understood. Is there anything else? Okay, so let's see, get me back on track here.
We're voting on the amendment.
We're voting on the amendment. All those in favor? Okay. Is there any opposed? No one. Okay, so the amendment to the amendment has passed. Do we now vote for the main? Yes. Okay, so now we have a vote for the main motion, which is, Grant? Would you repeat that? The main motion is to.
No,
approve
it's the
charter.
original motion.
As amended.
Original motion to approve.
Yes, okay. So all in favor? Okay, the motion passed. Charter is approved with the amendments. Okay, the next item is the, right here.
New business.
Okay, 13B is a resolution to authorize a supplemental appropriation of $32,000 to be funded from the equipment fund for Microsoft Dynamics AX coding change, okay? Will you please read the resolution?
Resolution 90-20-XX, funding and contract award for AX software modification. Whereas in February 2016, the record keeping for Golden Rain Foundation and the mutuals transitioned from Platinum to Microsoft Dynamics AX as a primary enterprise financial software, which is currently supported by the dedicated full-service Microsoft Dynamics Gold partner, Avantico. Whereas United Mutual has requested more detailed fund account, but a system limitation within AX prevents entries from being booked to balance sheet ledger accounts by fund type. Whereas on November 26, 2019, the United Finance Committee recommended a customization of Microsoft Dynamics AX code for increased functionality for financial reporting to be funded from the Golden Rule Foundation as a capital equipment expenditure. Whereas on February 19th, 2020, the Golden Rain Foundation Finance Committee reviewed this request and recommended a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $25,000 to be funded from the equipment fund for a Microsoft Dynamics AX software modification. Now therefore, be it resolved, March 3, 2020, the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby authorized a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $32,000 to be funded from the equipment fund and awards a contract to its support provider of Avantico for a Microsoft Dynamics AX coding change. Resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the Golden Rule Foundation to carry out this resolution. I recommend this resolution be adopted.
I'll second it.
Okay, discussion?
Okay, we had a meeting some time ago, and we found most of the people from the finance, and what we found was that we could not segregate the things properly. So by adding this to our computer software, we would be able to segregate the reserve expenses.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion? Oh, all right. We have one speaker.
Yeah, is this helping United only, or is Third and GRF included? Oh, okay.
I think it's just United discovered it and brought it to our attention. Okay.
Andre Toring.
Thank you very much for giving me the chance to talk about this issue here. First, I want to everybody understand the reason we pick Dynamics AX system is because it's a fund accounting system, which means the system can handle multiple funds, like the operating fund, like the reserve fund, and the contingency fund, all the funds that you have. Okay, so I have hard time to believe that with this kind of funding capability that they advertised, they cannot set up a separate bank account for this for the fund. If that's the case, then this software is totally misrepresented. That says we have a funding system, but you cannot set up separate bank accounts. That's my first question. So I would assume there is some kind of setup procedure that says if you have a different fund, if you can use different bank account. I would like to finance department or IT department to look into this matter and find out whether there is a setup procedure that allow this one. Okay, that's my first question. The second question is, there's a lesson we learned from implementing Dynamics AX. It was originally an 8-month project, then turned into 12 months, turned into 24 months. Then finally we squeezed it and made it happen in 26 months, and we suffered a lot of consequences from there. Is there any clause in the contract that says you will be penalized if you don't finish it in a certain amount of time? Especially this is the time and material base. Okay, so I don't know whether we're going to set up something like that to make sure that we will get what we want. Some previous board members said, oh, it's not costing us any extra money because it's a fixed cost, but it takes our staff's time to continue to support them after 8 months, after 12 months, after 24 months to support them. That's the cost that we need to take care. And also during this implementation time, nothing else can go in because everything is geared towards this software change or implementation of the software. So nothing else can move. So our customer service sacrifice because the system is kind of a hang in there. I would like to see first if there's a setup procedure in the system that can handle that. I can hardly believe that they advertise as a fund accounting system and there's no bank account allowed for each funding. And also I would like to set up a time limit for each contract process. Thank you.
Can we have Betty come up and speak to that? Pardon?
Good idea.
Betty? Thank you for being here.
I was en route, so I didn't hear all of the questions. Do you want to summarize them for me? The new contract has a range of $25,000 to $32,000 with programming. Chuck's coming down.
Okay, what his question was, you're right, it wasn't anything to do with this resolution.
Oh, okay.
It was about separate accounts, how you were setting up separate accounts. Can you repeat what you were asking?
There's a fund accounting. We have separate
Right.
accounting of
Right.
funds. Right, not separate bank accounts, but separate GL accounts.
Right, and I understand that, but his
Okay.
question.
And this software change allows us to take that a little further
Okay.
and take that financial dimension that identifies your funding source to the cash and the AP accounts as well.
My question is about the fund accounting system. How can the fund accounting software financial system cannot handle separate bank account for each fund? There must be some setup that we don't know that exists there that we can set it up and say, okay, for this fund, we use this bank account, for that fund, we use a different bank account. If United wants to have a separate account, then we set up separate bank account for each fund. If Third decided we want to use the same account, GRF, we want to use the same bank account, you just set up all these three use the same bank account. So they will be more flexible and allow you to use separate account or the same bank account. That needs to be should be in the setup procedure.
The TV audience can't hear the comments from the audience, so I'll just summarize by saying Dynamics AX is a enterprise software. It can do anything, but it has to be configured or programmed or set up to do such.
Customized.
This is the quickest and easiest configuration that fits within our current accounting system, and we've talked about it at length with the boards, and it's a pretty simple configuration change as in relation to the entire software. We could go a different direction, but this is the direction we've chosen to.
Annette?
Okay, what you're saying then, this is a customization of what we've done at a request when we've noticed that we needed to make a change, and the people that we're hiring is a Microsoft Gold Premium partner, correct?
Yes, and
So
they are
we're
not the
using, because they
people
need
who,
to code this in order to accommodate this customization that we're requesting.
correct, and it's not
Thank
the
you.
same firm that implemented the software initially.
It is?
It is not.
Okay.
Okay. Is there any other questions for Betty on this particular item? Okay. All right.
It's a shortcut.
I can't hear a word you're saying, to tell you the truth,
Should he
but
be talking? It's out of order.
So, yes, we've talked about it at length at some of the other meetings, that this customization will serve the needs that we have at this time.
okay, thank you. Thank you. And there's a speaker in the audience, okay?
Rena?
I really didn't think I needed to come up for this. It's a Scribner's. Resolved further that the officers and against, it should be agents.
Yes.
Okay, we'll get that corrected. Okay. All right, so, any more discussion? Okay, Pat?
I would just like to add that we looked at this at the finance meeting. We had a vote on it. It was unanimous to bring it to the board.
Right, and I know the presidents and vice presidents are going to get together with, and understand this better. Yes, okay.
And that's,
Did you want to say, did you have your hand up again? No?
I'll make a comment.
Okay.
If I understood Andre's discussion and question, is that this maybe should have been in the original software that was purchased, and he didn't understand why we actually need to spend this money to, so is there, maybe this can be addressed to Betty, but is it not possible with the initial software to make the changes, the analysis that you're trying to do with this new software?
Maybe I can
so
answer that
I-
real quick. Under the current, no, the answer is no, it
Okay.
can't. So that's the reason for the modification, in
Okay.
order to accomplish the goals that have been
Okay.
asked for us to accomplish.
All right, then that should have been taken, if that was a shortcoming, it should have been addressed initially when that other software was purchased. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we're ready to vote. All right, are we going to vote on the machine? Okay.
Yes, yes.
My machine's on.
On my screen isn't.
Did you vote?
No.
Or raise your hand so he sees you.
Has everybody voted? Okay.
Yeah. My screen is not. It's registered.
Okay, the motion
I
passed.
just, I raised my hand. Oh, sorry.
So at this point in time, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back.
Yeah, we have one other item.
One more item.
We
11B was brought down to C.
Oh, I was going to forget you, Bert. Sorry, you wouldn't let me pass you over, right? Okay, all right. 13, it was 13C was to discuss
11B.
The Energy Committee Task Force. Okay.
We have a recommendation from staff to approve the or actually from, I don't know where it came from, Board of Directors, I guess. Approve the termination of the Golden Rain Foundation participation in the Energy Task Force following the March 4th, 2020 Task Force meeting, which is tomorrow. And I would move to change the recommendation of the date of termination of the Village Energy Task Force to read as follows. Following formal establishment of the Energy Research Group compliant with the bylaws of GRF and approval of the charter, which what I'm saying here is that I believe it's going to take several months to put this in place. Okay, volunteer members have to be recruited, a charter has to be drafted, and then approval by M&C for GRF and M&C for the HOAs. VMS is going to have to look at this because they're involved. And then eventually, it's going to find its way to this board. Such a delay will severely impact ongoing work being performed by the task force. I'm disturbed by the fact that there have been several meetings to define the role and operating procedures of the research groups without participation of members of the Energy Task Force, in particular its chair and vice chair, who have an understanding of the shortcomings of the current organization and its relationship with our staff. If this organization is to be effective, such shortcomings need to be addressed, and I'll just give you some examples. What will be the relationship between VMS staff and the research members? Okay, who's going to generate reports? Who's going to define reports? What will VMS staff, will be the VMS staff involvement with the task force? What administrative support will be provided? Where will the research group store its files? Because ultimately, we're going to have information that we want to store away and have access. What's the relationship between the research group and boards? And I can go on and continue to ask more questions, things that have not been resolved. Okay, we should have been involved in that committee's meetings because we have the information. We have lived the environment. We know the shortcomings. And so I asked that we change the date per my recommendation, that we do not remove GRF from the Village Energy Task Force until the establishment of the energy research plan with the laws of GRF and approval of its charter.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, that's a motion.
I'll second Bert's motion to deny the approval of termination. But based on, I'd like to hear from Kelly, how much at risk are we going to be or danger are we going to be in since this VTTF does not comply right now with 7.1.4, our GRF bylaws? What's any danger we're going to be in?
Well, the bylaws require us to have committees composed in a certain way. If we don't compose the committee in that way, we are subject to criticism or worst-case scenario challenge from, for example, the corporate members, any owner. So, routinely, my recommendation is that we follow the bylaws, period. It's not an option. So if we do not follow the bylaws, it is not a good idea.
You're at risk.
I'd rather not spell out on village television all the bad things that might happen, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Question for Kelly. What normally would be the penalty should this issue be raised?
Do I really have to discuss this in an open meeting?
No, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Don?
Yeah, I'd like to hear, I would like to hear the other side. Where this originated, who does not want to meet, who wants to terminate it and why?
Are you going to answer that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. The reason that they wanted to terminate this, and anybody can jump in here afterwards, basically is that this was a committee that was formed, but they didn't want to adhere when it was formed by the GRF bylaw
That's what I
forming a
thought,
committee
yeah.
rule. So we wanted 322 and then 1. So they did not want to have that. So then what they did was they formed a committee that was, not using our bylaws because the prior boards, the mutuals, who actually created us and created our bylaws did not want to adhere by them. So now we have a committee that is not according to our bylaws, and we're voting to disband that committee because it hasn't been formed correctly. That's what we're trying to do today. We're trying to make everything that we do adhere to our, so if this committee were to be disbanded, next month they could create a new GRF energy committee and play with the rules that they've created, 322. That's available. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, because I need to speak to it. It wasn't the only reason why you were disbanding it from GRF, as other committees, because basically the mutuals decided that they would sponsor some of these study groups. So it wasn't that we were trying to get rid of the Energy Committee. It just meant that that these would now be sponsored by the mutuals, because the mutuals have different rules when it comes to committees. So they would be able to have as many advisors, people from the community, and meet all the requirements. But I think the fact that what Bert's issue is, doing this, they do not have staff support. And I think that's your biggest issue, right?
Well, it's one of them.
Yeah. So, okay, speakers,
Carl Randazzo.
right?
I think everybody knows me. I'm the vice chair of the Energy Task Force. I'm also the first vice president at United. And I found out about this when this particular charter, this particular staff report is appearing in our agenda prep meeting for United, whereby it was going to be disbanded from United, I guess third also, and now GRF. And at this particular point in time, I feel that I ditto exactly what Bert has said. And with regard to this, I also sent our president an email, which I'd like to basically just state here as to what I told her at that particular point in time. All I have mentioned to you on several occasions, this method is short-sighted. A group is disbanded while they are still working on ongoing projects and then are reinstated in a new format without any idea of what that format is, without any ground rules, written down, and without a knowledge of who and how this will be done. Boy, we sure know how to shoot ourselves in the foot. What is the reason for giving this new format the bum's rush? And that's really what's happening here. This is a bad way to start. We should start as we mean to go on, and we're not starting as we mean to go on here, okay? At this particular point in time, this research group, I'm all for it. All for it. However, we're disbanding this group and then saying, well, we'll throw things out to the wind and decide how we're going to do it, what we're going to do, what's going to happen, and what have you. And we've got ongoing work right now that we're working on in the Energy Committee. And you know what? It was mentioned here that we were doing things not above board.
Right.
On August 14th, as is noted in your staff report, we had charter, and it was approved by the 3 boards. 3 boards approved this charter, okay, the way it's currently written, okay? 2 people from each of the particular organizations. Our friends in Mutual 50 were also invited, and we are just a skull group. All we do is think up ways of doing things, formulate plans, and then we submit them to the M&C committee. So to say that we're really, sort of like, off the track, okay, is not really correct, okay? We went according to the rules. The only thing right now is that 3221 did not come into play, and it didn't come into play because this was a 3rd committee that evolved into this thing that we have right now. It wasn't a GRF committee. It was a 3rd committee. So if we really decide to basically just give it the bum's rush and start and then decide to put it away and then say this research group will come up without any formulation or what have you, I think we're really shooting ourselves in the foot, like I mentioned in my email. And I think I think a lot of people are just going to walk away. Thank you.
I have another question. Why can't we just make it 322? Wouldn't that make it legal in my bylaws?
He's got all these requirements. He doesn't want it to be a GRF chair. He wants it to be anybody that's in the committee. There's everything that goes against our bylaws.
You got to follow the bylaws. You don't have a choice.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to.
This is a research group, okay? The people sitting on this committee, how many people are qualified to deal with energy and all that we have been working on? Now, we have 18,000 about people in the community, and I'm sure we can find some people there. We have some people actually on staff that I would love to have working with us, okay? We have a person that's very knowledgeable in tariffs. That is an excellent source of information. Wouldn't hurt if we had an electrician, okay? But do we have an electrician on our board? Okay, we're talking about research. We're talking about something that's far beyond the scope that boards generally have in terms of people. And if you're going to be effective, you're going to need that diversity of background of people to looking into these things.
Pat?
Dawn, I'd like to address this to you. There are a lot of other things that were not in compliance with the bylaws. Under 7.1.3, the advisors must be members, for one thing. And we had at least one advisor that I know of that wasn't a member. And also, the advisors cannot vote. They were voting advisors. So it's basically, in my opinion, a rogue committee. On the other hand, I have to support Bert's idea because I think it's great, but he's got to trim it down and it needs to be in compliance with GRF or it's not a GRF committee.
Nat?
Okay, we do have two people that sit on this board, I believe, that have degrees in electrical engineering. One would be, I think, Bert, and the other one would be Yvonne. So it's not like we have people here that are not able to deal with this. So I think, oh, and I'm sorry, and then we have Egon. So, I mean, we do have a few people here that are prepared to do this and to do this in the way that, as Pat said, it should be done. Thank you.
Question is, can you always guarantee you're going to have enough people on the board that have that background?
Okay, Kelly?
Your job as directors or committee members is to gather qualified advice from people outside the board. You as directors are not required to be experts in law and finance, engineering, energy savings. That's what you obtain from outside sources. That's why you have a management staff of 800 people and people of the caliber of Jeff and Shaban. So I just want to make sure, it's wonderful that we have diverse expertise in the board and in our committees. But the job of the committee and the board is not to bring personal expertise to advise the foundation. That is supposed to come from outside consultants. And as I've said privately to many of you, you don't want to take on the liability if you give GRF advice as a civil engineer, a lawyer, accountant, energy consultant, whatever, and that advice turns out to be wrong. You're not acting as a director, you're acting as an unpaid consultant. And you could be held personally liable.
Personally liable.
And how horrible that is that somebody's good intentions could leave them and their family exposed. And so I really urge any of you directors and people serving on committees, your role is to make sure you bring to your group the qualified information so that under the business judgment rule you can make good decisions. You are not required to yourself have the expertise.
Okay, where are we at on this? Do we have oh, you have some other speakers? Okay.
Richard Rader.
So you have two paths. One is under GRF 332, or you could do it the other way, which is not completely developed or you haven't received perhaps complete information. The other way is the sponsorship is by one of the other boards.
Right.
Okay? If it's under the other boards, my understanding was that the president of that board would act as the go-between between the committee and VMS.
Right.
In which case, it would mean that the committee, if it was done under that way, that research committee could have any member that they wanted, any consultants.
Right.
Does not disband them. Bert could have his meetings all the time with whomever. And they would then formulate, as I understand it, their proposals. If they needed additional assistance, they would go to the president, who's the sponsor, And based on the discretion of that person, I'm sure they would be lenient. They would then allow them to go and get additional information if they need it from staff. I also think I heard that there would be a small budget so that you could do tours as you have done. And I don't know if there would be a budget for consultants. Maybe that would be discussed. But the whole idea here is at the VMS level. At the VMS level, we're very much concerned with staff time. And there's a lot of staff time taken up by, I won't go into it, but just basically we're trying to conserve staff time so that they could be as productive as possible. So whichever way you go, whether you go with 332, if you go with 332, I don't know if that addresses the question of minimizing use of staff. Because if you have a meeting like that, I believe you have to have a staff member. So those are the considerations.
I also just,
Thank you. Oh, okay.
it seems to me that if we go ahead and create this new entity, and we're going to support this, it's going to take a change in our bylaws. Am I correct? No?
Yeah. We are working on that. We're gearing towards maybe 3 months to have our bylaws changed to allow for study groups and
Okay.
advisories.
Well,
Yes.
you know, several months ago, I sent a recommendation of the change to the bylaws that would have made this possible under GRF with an addendum, adding 7.1.4, and I've never gotten a response back from anybody on the board or from legal. But it was there, and I was told, no, you can't do that. It takes too long. It takes too long to get it through. Huh?
You can't change your bylaws.
No, we can recommend the change to the HOAs, and I think it would have been approved. I mean, so we're right back where we started from. We could have done it before.
Okay, is there any other comments?
Yes, 389Q, Andre Tour. I would think that this Village Energy Task Force under GRF, I stress that if it's under GRF, it has to follow GRF by law.
Right.
Okay? If it's not following GRF by law, anybody can form clubs outside there, and all you can do is to petition. There is no recommendation to the board. Okay, that's the situation. I see that. And also there are some restrictions under the bylaw, so you have to follow the restriction bylaw unless there's a bylaw changes. So at this point, I don't think Village Energy Task Force is legal under GRF bylaw. It's just a community club. Thank you.
It's not a club because it requires staff.
Anybody can work as a club, but you
Yeah.
cannot get staff's time. Okay, you can talk about anything you want, and it's like we have a lot of clubs, table tennis clubs. We talk about things. We have discussion club, talk about things, but no staff involved. And they can make petitions, but they cannot make recommendation to the board. And
Okay.
making it a research group under the mutuals, it will give it a legitimate standing to make recommendations to the board. I think that's probably the better way to go. Thank you.
Is there any more discussion? So we have a vote on the table here? We have a vote?
we have a
What
motion.
What is the motion, Grant?
Oh, yeah, please.
The motion is to deny the approval of termination until it conforms to the GRF bylaws.
Okay,
It's a recommendation to make a change.
Well, if I can explain a yes vote or no vote.
Can I have
Okay.
Bert repeat
Yeah.
the motion? I apologize.
In the termination, okay, I don't have it yet. Let me see. This says here, the board approved the charter for creation of Village Energy Task Force, subsequently gives the background. Where is it? Oh, here. Approval of the termination of the Golden Rain Foundation participation in the Village Energy Task Force following, and the change now occurs, instead of March 4, 2020, I said, change it to read, excuse me, following the formal establishment of an energy research group compliant with the bylaws of GRF and approval of its charter.
He's
And
basically,
that compliant with the bylaws means that we will have modified our bylaws.
right, so he's asking for an extension.
Yeah.
That makes more sense. Yeah, I really don't want to lose this energy committee. And if we change it and make it compliant, then I see no reason why to drop it.
We'll leave that up to the board. Okay,
As the second to the motion, I was going to take in consideration what Kelly said. So I thought we were going to change the name to make it compliant, do the 3221, and even though we're keeping the 3221, anyone who does not want to participate, any mutual that didn't want to participate doesn't have to show up, but their seats will be open and they have the option to show up.
No.
Right.
And then we're in compliant. And so that's the only way, Bert, you're going to get
So where are you
compliance.
going to get it?
So that's the only way, yeah, and we would have to do the advisors according to 7.1 as well. So that's the only way I will be in favor of this motion, myself. But just since I seconded it, I wanted to hear all the sides.
It was my understanding that we were going to have to change our bylaws in order to allow for this to occur. So what I'm talking about is changing the bylaws, or by recommending it to the HOAs, okay, so that it becomes compliant.
Were you going to change the charter, you meant, not the bylaws?
That too.
It's going to take months to do the bylaws. You mean change the charter? Yes, we were going to have a new charter. And then, and become compliant. And that will include the advisors be compliant. That's the only way after what Kelly said, that I will stick to my motion to, I don't know, because I don't think it's going to take 4 months like you said. That if we dissolve this now, I don't think it's going to take 4 months to get an GRF Energy Task Force compliant. I don't think it's going to take that long. Can't we just, Carl, take everybody and make
The
it compliant?
intent here was, as Bert requested, we want to make this a research group. We don't have a problem making a research group. However, what we're doing is we are now on March 4th, all of a sudden, it is no longer in force. And then we're going to come up with the rules of how it's going to be used, what the charter is going to be and everything, and that's going to take 4 to 6 months to get that all together and get the approvals, which means for 4 to 6 months, any work that the Energy Task Force is working on right now is dead in the water. So we're trying to say right now, let's continue in its current format with the intent of coming up with something new and exciting that's in this research group realm, is what I'm being told. But the research group is a nice idea, but you know, nice ideas, you got to put things on a piece of paper and say, this guy does this and that guy does that, and this is the way we're going to do things, and who's going to be in charge. And we don't have any of that. We have basically just a nice idea without any sort of formulation as to how it's going to actually get executed. So what he's saying is, let's continue the way we are until such time as we have this in place. That's what we're trying to say.
As a GRF director, my job is first trustee to the trust. And so I have to look at my fiduciary duty, because I'm on this ETF, okay? As a GRF, one of the 3 221s. And so I'd like to have the research group, but I just want it to go forward legal, because if...
Okay, well, then nothing's going to happen for 4 to 6 months, okay? And all of this work that we're doing right now is just going to be sit, and nothing will happen. So that's where the fiduciary responsibility comes in, whereby there is work that we're doing right now that will affect the whole community, but it will basically lay dormant, or it'll have to go to M&Cs or something. I don't know.
It's better than me getting sued.
But, you know, we've had this in effect since August of 2018. Today, all of a sudden, we have religion. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me, okay?
Actually, Pat English has been challenging this for a while. So,
I understand that. She's challenged me when I was chairing a number of meetings also. I mean, I don't know what to say. This charter was approved by 3 boards. It sits there. It's not a rogue group.
Okay, You got it.
I think maybe we should think about things that are practical. And if this has been around and it hasn't caused any harm in 2 years, we should we should put a date certain by when you will have the new committee or whatever formed, and then get rid of it on that date. Well, it doesn't make any sense all of a sudden to shoot ourselves in the
Right,
foot.
that's what we're saying.
Well,
Okay,
but
Don?
that's not the vote. The vote is to terminate it tomorrow.
No, the motion
Oh, the
is not
motion.
to.
Yeah, the motion is to extend the termination.
To the board, Madam President, I may be able to answer some of these questions that are going back and forth, if I may.
Oh, good. We've talked about this for ages.
First issue is, you're not compliant with GRF bylaws.
Right.
The proposal by the presidents that met and dialogued this was to make them research groups hosted by the separate mutuals. So if you were to take this, with regards to energy, it was agreed to that United would host energy. So it would be United's responsibility to move forward in putting together the bylaws or the charter for the energy group. Would no longer be a GRF responsibility. It would now be hosted under United.
Right.
Same as water would be under Third. It would be their responsibility to draw up the charter and work with the people who have already been working on it, such as energy, such as water, to put that together. Might use the same identical charter, for that matter. But no longer is GRF involved. That's what this action is.
Then if
Now,
that were the case, how could they make decisions based on GRF assets or property when they're not?
So the process was that if they had a recommendation, that if the energy, they would make a white paper that would then be brought back to United, GRF, Third, whoever was critically responsible, and then you would make a decision whether you want to move forward on that. The research groups were supposed to be independent, whoever we could gather to want to be involved with that, and they would go out and do research without VMS staff involved in doing this research. Go out and find ideas, be creative, come up with a white paper that you want to move forward with the village, then implementing. If there was a request specifically for some data that we might have, that request would go to the president of that mutual, and then they would pass that on to VMS, and we would give a reply on how fast we could do it or how fast we could get that equipment. At that point in time, once that white paper is accepted by either GRF, the mutual, then you would move forward with actually an operation, such as EV chargers. Using that as an example, we want to do it. Here's our recommendation. We want 100 EV chargers throughout the community. Well, then that would go to the next step. Once it's accepted, would go to M&C or whatever organization that we would have. So that's the concept behind it, is to get independent people, such as Bert's indicated, get people who are knowledgeable in that area. It gets it away from the GRF bylaws. It gets it hosted independently by one of the mutuals, one of the other mutuals. And then they would produce a white paper that would say, this is where we ought to be going. And then it's up to United, Third, GRF to say, hey, we love that white paper. Let's go think about what it's going to take to get that done. And that would then certainly involve committees and boards at that point in time and staff. So that's the concept. So in order to move forward with that, eliminating the legalese, I'll call it, was to eliminate the Energy Task Force, and the action today was the termination of that from GRF.
GRF. And that was
Okay,
it.
so a no vote means it would be terminated, just so everybody understands that. So I will be changing my vote to a no vote, even though I seconded the motion. So a yes vote on this motion would be not to terminate. That's what the motion was, deny termination. So I'm going to vote no on the motion, I seconded it, because then that means, then we'll have to do a new motion to recommend.
That's correct. That would be correct, because
Yes.
the motion on the floor right now is the
Right.
modification that Bert made, which is not to terminate
Correct,
at this
yeah.
point in time. That is the motion, has been seconded. That's the motion on the floor,
Not to terminate.
not to terminate.
Okay, Carl, you're only supposed to speak once, but I will allow this please be the last time. I'm
Well,
asking.
I'm just trying to set the record straight here, okay? Yes, it's true that this was the concept of what
Right.
we would do in these research groups.
Right.
But a concept is just that. They had a concept to go to the moon back in the 1960s, okay? And there was nothing written down and nothing there to say how it was all going to be implemented. All of these things that Jeff talked about were things that were talked about as concepts, but we have no idea how that's going to be. And as far as United is concerned, as far as I'm concerned, United, the president of United has agreed to be the overseer, intermediary. Not that United would be the person in charge here. This was not a GRF committee. This was a village committee, okay, that had people that participated from each of the mutuals and GRF. It wasn't a GRF committee. The only responsibility that GRF had was the participation of the individuals to the committee and a response back to the M&C committees of each individual board. So right now, okay, what's going to happen is when you do this, and United will probably do that next week when it'll get voted on, is that that committee will dry up and there will be nothing to replace it. Mark my words.
Okay, we won't do that.
Okay, any more discussion? All right, repeat the motion, please.
The motion is currently to postpone the termination of the task force.
Okay. Are we ready for a vote? Yes.
What's the motion again?
The motion is to deny the termination of this committee. I didn't, no, Bert didn't use the word postpone and I didn't. So, and then if that's voted down, or if that's, voted down, then we have to have a new motion to cover the recommendation from staff that's before you.
But his motion was to extend the termination date.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't.
To what date? Did you give a date? So that was open-ended.
Until a new, until the bylaws have been changed and they can be in
That-
compliance
that's-
with GRF.
No, that's, yeah, he meant charter. You
Huh?
guys, charter. They mean charter, not bylaws.
Yeah.
Right, right.
Did I say charter?
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
I'm
you said
sorry.
bylaws, but that's okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, so let's restate that motion, okay? That it was basic, can you restate that, Brant? So that we make sure that we're voting on the right thing, I'm sorry.
Absolutely. So understanding it is to extend the task force until a research group is formed.
Until the bylaws have changed. Yeah, that was,
I think you don't, it's not the bylaws, it's still the charter for the new task forces for.
Yes, yes, yes.
okay. All right, now that I'm so lost, we've got the motion, we've got the first and we've got a seconded? Okay, so now we need to vote. So all of those in favor of extending the termination date, tell me, how many are in favor of extending the termination date? Pardon?
What date?
It's open-ended, that's why
It's
I won't vote for it.
open-ended.
No.
Yeah, that's why I won't vote for it now.
It's open-ended until bylaws have been changed and they can be in compliance. That's basically what he's saying.
Charter. She meant charter. We know what she means. Okay. Okay, now are we ready to vote?
Okay, all those in favor?
Wow.
On screen. All this again.
On the screen.
It's on the screen.
Oh.
Vote on screen.
Are we voting on the screen?
Has everybody voted?
No,
Can't see the
So yes or no?
Is it on the screen?
no.
No.
Oh, there we go.
No.
I don't know, it's stupid.
Okay, it fails.
Huh? Okay, the motion failed. That means,
I'd like to make a new motion and to take staff's recommendation to terminate the Golden Rain Foundation participation in the Village Energy Task Force. Now, don't forget, this just ends GRF's participation, Coral, into the task force. It doesn't mean you can do away with your task. So that's my motion. Is there a second?
And what does that mean?
It can't call it GRF.
She's ending my participation and her participation.
Okay. Yeah, so I can't sit on that. I can no longer sit on the VETF and make recommendations to the board.
Nor can I as chair.
How about staff?
Well, see, that's a,
So, if I
I don't
may,
think that
to the
works.
chair.
We can't have discussion unless there's a
what-
second.
If I may, to the chair, what's going to happen is that, my understanding now that it could possibly not happen, but would be that the United and Third will also take the same action that you're taking. So United and Third would also take this action of terminating that
That's right.
that establishment of that energy task force. Then, once all three of you have done that, there is no energy task force. They're meeting.
They can meet at their
They have
house,
their
huh?
upcoming meeting, but going forward, it now is going to be a research group under United.
There's nothing there.
The only difference between what we're recommending here and what Bert was saying is, Bert would like to keep the current existing energy task force going until the charter gets established for this task force under United.
And that failed. So,
The reason, and I'm not saying I'm supportive or not, it's conflictive here, is that the problem that you have is you're in conflict with your own bylaws. So the best thing, if I was going to tell Bert to do anything, he'd go tell United to continue the task force, until such time as the charter. But that's not his role and responsibility either. But the reality is that what I'm suggesting, and I don't know that it's not going to be completed, is you meet every other month, correct, Bert? So the commitment is that we got to have new charter within 2 months so that the task force can meet in 2 months under United.
I seconded the motion.
what motion are we making?
So the
The new
motion
one.
would be the
Thank
staff.
you, Annette.
The item on the item on your agenda right now, which is item 11B.
Okay, repeat the motion?
The recommendation is to approve the termination of the Golden Rain Foundation's participation in the Village Energy Task Force following the March 4th task force meeting, which is
Just
coming
tomorrow,
up. Following that, then the participation Golden Rain of the Village Energy Task Force would no longer exist.
Okay, but I thought we already voted on that. We're going to, no?
No. My vote, the other motion was to ignore staff's recommendation and do, this vote is to approve staff's recommendation. It's just the opposite.
Okay, so we're going to ignore staff's recommendation?
No, we are approving staff's recommendation, just as it's written here.
That's right.
Okay, that's where we are, and that's what you're calling for, the vote.
Okay,
Okay.
all right. We're going to approve staff's recommendation.
All in favor?
Okay, all in favor?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no. You could still vote. We don't need to discuss it
Okay,
anymore.
my question,
We can't do that.
Hour and a half. We've been discussing this an hour and a half. We don't need to discuss it. You don't have to take any comments. It won't make any difference. We've already voted.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Andre.
Okay.
Okay. Are we going to continue to vote here?
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is to ignore staff's.
There's only a couple things that can interrupt a vote. Follow,
Follow,
just as
okay.
written.
Follow,
Approve.
okay.
Approve.
Okay, it looks like the motion passed. And so what I am going to ask you is that because of the time, should we eliminate this 10-minute break and
Yes,
go on to
please.
Yes,
committee?
yes.
Okay, all right,
By consensus, we eliminated the 10-minute break
yes,
for the secretary, which is a change in the agenda, but that's,
right. Okay, so let's have some of these committee reports.
treasurer's up.
Do you, my friend?
Okay, so Pat, do you want to do on the finances?
Okay.
I guess you do.
I guess I don't have much choice. Okay, so I'm going to go on to the the financial report, and the treasurer's report of March the 3rd. Slide 1. Through the reporting period of January 31, total revenue for GRF was $3.6 million compared to expenses of just over $3.5 million, which resulted in a net revenue of $84,000. Slide 2, please. In finance, we keep a close eye on the operating portion of our financial results. The operating fund, without depreciation and unrealized gain on available for sale investment, shows a loss of $84,000 through the reporting period. Slide 3, please. The next chart shows the same actuals from the income statement, but compared to budget, GRF ended the period worse than budget by $167,000, primarily due to timing of expense related to employee compensation and fewer resales generating the $5,000 transfer fee. Slide 4. This slide shows our most significant variances by category, with green bars representing favorable variances and orange bars representing unfavorable items. For example, favorable overall, we had an unbudgeted revenue and fewer expenses than expected, with variances in materials and supplies, $70,000 less. Outside services, $45,000 less. Legal fees, $27,000 less due to timing. Some of the unfavorable ones were employee compensation and related expense, which was $120,000 unfavorable variance due to the timing of unemployment taxes. Trust facilities fee, $82,000, fewer manners were sold. Repairs and maintenance, $69,000, unfavorable variances due primarily to the timing, budgeted IT, and broadband contracts. Rentals, $33,000, unfavorable variance due to timing of RV storage and garden plot rental fees, budgeted in January but amortized over the year. Slide 5, please. We do have sources of revenues other than the assessments, such as fees and rentals to date. To date, we have received just over $1 million as shown on this pie chart. By category, we can see that our largest revenue is broadband service, internet, set-top boxes, premium channels, etc., followed by the trust facilities fee, the $5,000 transfer fee from resales, golf operations, green fees and cart rentals, etc. These revenues offset costs and help keep assessments down. Slide 6. Expenses to date of $3.6 million, including depreciation, are shown on this pie chart, with our largest category being compensation, depreciation, cable programming, utilities, etc. Slide 7, please. We have a slide here to show resale history from 2018 to 2020. Community-wide sales total 46 in January. Most of these transactions generate the $5,000 trust facilities fee, used as a source of revenue for our reserves. Slide 8, please. The reserve and contingency funds adjusted balances are shown here. Starting with the first column on the left, the funds have a combined ending balance of $31,000. Included in this total are contributions received this year through assessments, trust facility fees, and interest earning. The second column shows the work in progress of $9 million, reflecting the amounts paid for projects not yet completed. The third column represents the resulting adjusted fund balance of $22.1 million. Slide 9. We compare our adjusted fund balances to historical balances for the past 5 years on this chart, showing the GRF has averaged about $22 million in reserve and contingency funds. Slide 10. The listing on this slide gives you an idea where the reserve money is committed. Of the $23.3 million appropriated by the board for various projects and equipment purchases, the remaining encumbrances against our reserve and contingency funds is $15.1 million, primarily for renovation projects. Please note at the GRF board meeting held February the 4th, the board voted to rescind funding for 8 projects, reducing encumbrances to $1.8 million. The revised figure will be reflected on the February financial report. That's all on the treasurer's report. I just have to say that for the finance committee, we had a finance committee on Wednesday, February the 19th, and the most significant thing in that was that a motion was made and carried unanimously to recommend the board approve a supplemental appropriation and award a contract not to exceed $25,000 for the customization to Microsoft Dynamics AX 2012 for enhanced reporting functionality. And we did that today. We did pass that. And that's all I have to say for now. Thank you very much.
Okay, purchasing task force. So the task force met in February 10th, 2020, and the committee updated the purchasing policy and approved a not-to-exceed amount to investigate or to hire a lawyer to review the purchasing manual and update the terms and conditions and purchases. So the next meeting is April 15th at 1:30 in the Willow Room. So now,
Okay. The community
CAC?
okay, thank you. The Community Activities Committee did not meet in February. Our next meeting is this March 12th at 1:30 p.m. in this room. We will be making a change in the CAC in the sense that we will start having monthly meetings as long as needed, as opposed to every other month. I do encourage things coming up to all the residents there. The Village Games are going to be starting, and now here at the fitness center in the administration building, you can pick up your forms and participate. We encourage that because it's really a healthy activity for people and encourages people between clubs to join each other's activities. So it's a healthy thing to do, and it's important camaraderie for the village. The other thing coming up will be in May 19th, and then we're having an activities expo, and what we will have there is actually all the clubs that want to come in present what they have in terms of what you can do, whether it's arts or crafts or sports or whatever, so the villagers know what's here and actually go to talk to people who do it and see if they're interested in it. That will be open to all the residents there. This is something that had stopped a long time ago that was done ever so often. We're glad to see it back again, and hopefully it'll increase participation and people who want to be active. Thank you very much.
May I just interrupt a minute? I forgot to tell everybody when the next Finance Committee meeting is. It's on April the 22nd at 1:30 in the afternoon. Thank you.
okay, Bert?
Yeah, the Landscape Committee met, and interestingly enough, a lot of the time was spent with residents from talking about basically landscaping, not in GRF, but in the HOAs. And it almost cries for a combination of a single landscape committee for everybody. But I've talked to Kurt about it, and it's still not going to happen. A lot of time was spent talking about the creek. People were very complimentary on the work that had been done there. They were told, however, that the clearing of the creek will only occur a couple of times a year, so we should not expect an attractive creek probably this summer. The other thing that was discussed was the plantings around the gatehouses, and we're looking toward a consultant to talk to, plans to be put into place, and definitely we'll be talking about drought-resistant plants to be used in those areas to conserve water. And the next meeting of the Landscape Committee is May 13th, 2020, and it'll be here in the boardroom.
Okay, M&C?
We met on February the 12th, and we have 23 items on our project log now, at most for quite a while. The architect for the Clubhouse 1 modifications was there. There were two of them, and they made a presentation on the Clubhouse 1 status. One thing that came out real loud and clear from a structure standpoint, is the building ready to fall down because it was built in 1960, and all the different, there were about 10 different areas where they checked the structure, and everything was fine. So we made it real clear that if the building is not ready to fall down, it's fine in all these areas. There are no breaks or anything. And the architect, I think, wanted us to tear the whole place down, and because he started mentioning, he mentioned the word earthquake. Our building here is not earthquake-proof. That would be a lot of money itself. And so they got off on that, and so, but because the structure is in such good shape, there's no hurry to do anything like that. And the prices that they quoted for tearing a building down is millions and millions of dollars. And so I think we're okay for now, but one of these days we'll have to start doing things. We can go ahead and make modifications here and there to bring it up to code with some modern equipment that we have now. But one thing Ernesto mentioned, that anytime we do anything with that building right now, we have to do it per the current building codes. Back in those days, the building code was, if you wanted to build something, it had these big, huge wood beams that they would put in. Now we use I-beams that essentially kind of like last forever. And so, for example, when we did the village greens and built that big building, that whole area holding it up are I-beams, not wood beams, but I-beams that last forever. And but anyway, so that it took the whole meeting. But in closing, we said, remember, it's struck from a structural, this place is okay, folks. And remember, if you do something, you have to do it by the new building codes, which is totally different from the old one. Our next meeting will be April the 8th.
Okay, Judith?
Okay. We skipped energy. Okay. The PAC, obviously, we haven't had a meeting since December, and the reason the next meeting is to be announced is because we are still out to bid, so that's why there's no meeting scheduled. That's my report.
Do you know when they're going to?
When the bids come in, then Ernesto will call us together.
Okay, so it's out for bid now, probably next couple of weeks.
And they're
or
having
so.
trouble, as we discussed at the M&C meeting.
Oh, okay.
They're having trouble getting people to bid on it because it's such a strange building.
It's a strange bid. Yes. Okay. Are you going to report? You've only got 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'll do it in a lot less than that. The task force did not meet last month. You heard the announcement from Bill Walsh with regard to a guest speaker coming in to discuss microgrids. And at this meeting, we'll be discussing again the EV charging for the community, where and how we might do it. And we'll also be talking about the tech consultant work is phase 1, and we're going to determine whether or not we're going to proceed with phase 2.
Okay.
That's among subjects. And the next meeting is tomorrow at 1:30 in the afternoon here in the boardroom.
All right, media and communications.
All right. We basically had reports. Chuck Holland spoke about broadband and contracts, and he is collapsing the channel guide, or he will be, with the removal of the 333 standard definition subscribers. Once that conversion of all users to high-definition television has been completed, he will convert the channel guide to make it much simpler. So instead of channel guide 2 and 402, it'll just be channel guide 2. Then we also had Eileen Paulin, and she basically spoke, and the big news for us was the Village Breeze, which is an incredible magazine. And I do suggest when the new one comes out, members keep one like either in their tote or in the car, and keep the new one at home, because it's a great reference. And she also spoke, we spoke about voting, but today's the voting day. We spoke about bulky items pickup, and you're to call Resident Services at 949-597-4600 to schedule a bulky item collection. And the next one will be March 21st of 2020, and these brochures are all in the village. So we did speak about that. One member showed up to basically voice her displeasure about missing her Angels games, and we told her that the 19th we'll be carrying those. So another member spoke about the fact that they're happy their assessments didn't go up, and we eliminated the sports channel. So there you have it. Thank you. Oh, our next meeting. Our next meeting will be March 16th at 1:30 here in the boardroom. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I don't know if anybody else wants to talk about Thrive, but it just basically says the next meeting is to be determined. And as you know, Director Parrott is out because of family illness, so. All right, so the next one, Mobility and Vehicles Committee?
Okay, if you were here, you saw that Mobility and Transportation took a huge hit during the open forum today. The next meeting is April 1st, which is April Fool's Day. So come and see what we have in store for you, especially with all the complaints. There was a 3-page written report attached to the last 2 pages of this agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. And Security and Community Access.
Yeah, you know, when we became self-managed, the directors got more involved in hiring the top personnel. You know, our first CEO and now Jeff Parker are excellent examples of that. And also now, as you know, we lost Tim Moy, who was extremely good. And the new chief, Carlos Rojas, I am convinced that he will be right up there. Very personal man, and I think you'll like him. At this time, I'd like Mr. Egan to talk on the traffic committee, please.
Okay. So we presided over 18 appeals, in-person appeals, and there was 1 no-show, and 3 written appeals, and we took care of those also. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, and our next meeting will be in this room, April 27th at 1:30. Thank you.
April 27th?
Disaster.
Okay, do you have anything on that?
We meet on the odd months, the last Tuesday of odd months. So our next meeting will be March 31st, where we'll be introduced to Carlos Rojas. He will be our department head, which taking Chief Moy's place. So that's this room, March 31st, 9:30 in the morning. Thank you.
Okay, the next item, the future agenda items. I'm just wondering, how long do we keep this donation of the club for Aliso Creek on future agenda? So can you speak to that?
Yes, until we talk about it. We were supposed to set up a meeting.
Okay, you and I have to set up a meeting.
Yes.
Okay, Yvonne?
But we have to write a new policy.
Well, a policy was given to us, so when we have to meet about it.
We haven't reviewed the policy yet. Okay, we're chartered with this task to do this, okay? And then the ADA compliance policy actually has been moved to closed so that we can discuss it further. Are there any director comments? Okay, Annette?
Earlier, I was asked about the, and I apologize, I didn't bring my green book of all days. The 2020 Green Book shows shared costs for golf is 43%, and for equestrian, it's 91%. Okay? Just would answer those questions. Thank you.
Any other director comments?
Yeah, I have a short comment. This morning, during open discussion, we were talking about the committees and the equestrian center, and that got a little out of hand. That one lady, and I'm not sure of her name, her emotions got the best of her. She called us a name, which is understandable, I guess. But she wanted to know why she was off. I have no idea why she's off, and maybe she should have had an answer or referred to somebody. If it was personal, she should have been referred to somebody who could have given her an answer.
That's what I did 3 times. Bunny was out of the room, so Bunny wasn't here to answer the question. So I told her I didn't know, and when she started attacking me, I said I was not the one who took her off. Could she please contact Bunny and the office? And I was very nice about that. So she was given fair warning to handle her question. I said, please call the office. I can't answer that.
Yeah, you did a very nice
But I don't know
job
what to
on
do.
that. I completely agree. Thank you.
I'm sure she turned me in out there somewhere.
Okay, is there any more comments? All right, I move that we recess to the meeting, and we'll recess for lunch, and then we will reconvene to executive session.